Welcome to your Senate.
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading of several bills, the printed copies of which were electronically distributed to members of this chamber on December 13, 2024, in compliance with the 3-day rule in the Constitution. With that, Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading Senate Bill number 2898. This is the bill liberalizing the lease of private lands by foreign investors. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of Senate Bill number 2898 on third reading is now in order. Secretary is directed to read the title only of the bill and to proceed to roll call vote. With 17 affirmative votes, 1 negative, 0 abstention, Senate Bill number 2898 is approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading Senate Bill number 2878. This is the bill on the Economy, Planning, and Development Act. So moved, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of Senate Bill number 2878 on third reading is now in order. Senate Secretary is directed to read the title only of the bill and to proceed to roll call vote.
Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 18 affirmative votes, 0 negative, 0 abstention, Senate Bill number 2878 is now approved on third reading. What is the pleasure of the Honorable Zubiri?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would just like to thank our colleagues for their support of the Economy, Planning, and Development Act. Our friends at NEDA have been waiting for this a long, long time. And truthfully, this is not a win for NEDA, this is a win for the country. With the Department of Economy, Planning and Development, or DepDev, at the helm, we can look forward to better economic planning, implementation, which will translate to more jobs, more income, and more development from the ground up. I'd like to thank Sec. R.C. Balisacan, who's here with us today, at naghihintay po tayo na kanyang Ilocano empanada, which I made the USEC promise, but I don't see it at the moment, and the whole NEDA team who worked with us in steering this bill through the Senate. And again, I thank our colleagues for being one with us to push for the DepDev. Again, maraming salamat, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Zubiri. Duly noted, and congratulations to Secretary R.C. Balisacan. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading Senate Bill number 2575. This is the bill on the Basic Education and Early Childhood Care and Development Act. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration of Senate Bill number 2575 on third reading is now in order. Senate Secretary is directed to read the title only of the bill and to proceed to roll call vote.
An act further strengthening the early childhood care and development system, repealing for the purpose Republic Act number 10410, otherwise known as the Early Years Act of 2013, and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 18 affirmative votes, 0 negative, 0 abstention, Senate Bill number 2575 is approved on third and final reading. What is the pleasure of the Honorable Gatchalian?
Mr. President, I'd like to thank our colleagues for approving the said measure. This measure is a first in a massive reform in our early childhood education, and this will put accountability as well as a lot of responsibilities to our LGUs in rolling out early childhood education in our localities. And admittedly, Mr. President, that early childhood is probably the most important years in a child's educational life, Mr. President. So this bill aims to improve that, aims to make sure that early childhood is properly implemented in our localities, as well as health and welfare reforms will be implemented at the local level. So, Mr. President, I will just also submit a comprehensive explanatory of my vote at a later time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Duly noted and entered into the records. What is the pleasure of the Honorable Villanueva?
Mr. President, may I just explain my vote, Mr. President, for a minute, Mr. President?
The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I join our chairperson of the Senate Committee on Basic Education in voting in the affirmative. and in support for the approval on third and final reading, the Senate Bill number 2575, or the Basic Education and the Early Childhood Care and Development Act. As co-author and co-sponsor of the measure, Mr. President, the foundational years below 5 years old are critical for nurturing our learners, and that is why it is crucial that we invest in early childhood care and development to ensure that every child has the best possible start in life. We also have with us, Mr. President, the Education Commission family headed by E.D. Carroll, who is also present here today. Mr. President, through this measure, we are improving the implementation of our ECCD programs, which shall cover the full range of health, nutrition, early childhood education, and social development programs for the holistic needs of children below 5 years old. As noted by Philippine Institute for Development Studies, effective interventions in early childhood lowers the age of school start, improves reading, comprehension, and non-verbal cognitive ability test results, and boosts the chance of earning more later in life. Mr. President, I believe congratulations are in order to our sponsor, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, for stewarding this a very important measure. Tiyak po na matutuwa ang ating former seatmate, who is also now the Secretary of Education, Senator Sani Angara. We also thank the sponsor for incorporating our amendments. As an advocate of lifelong learning, we want to ensure that the TESDA will play an active role in the professional development of our child development workers through the various relevant trainings that the TESDA offers. Again, Mr. President, we vote yes to this measure because a yes vote is a yes for a brighter future for all Filipino children. We look forward for the enactment of this bill. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo, and may God bless us all.
Thank you, Senator Villanueva. What is the pleasure of the Honorable Villar?
Yes, Mr. President, I'd just like to explain my vote.
The gentleman may proceed.
I'd like to express my support for the third reading approval of Senate Bill number 2575. As one of the bill's co-authors, I would like to reiterate the importance of the availability of early childhood care and development to the growth of a child. In the second quarter of this year, the Philippine Statistics Authority declared that nearly 11 million children and young Filipinos are not attending formal school. Multiple studies have shown that the lack of early education severely affects the holistic development of a child to a full-grown adult, which in extension would lead to higher chances of unemployment, poverty, and by a stretch, being an economic burden on public resources. To augment the already worsening literacy and poverty rates among the Filipinos, it is a must that we immediately act upon the need to ensure that Filipino children will be provided with early education, healthcare, nutrition, and basic social services that will mold them into active and fruitful members of the society. Mr. President, dear colleagues, thank you very much for your support of this bill, and of course to our sponsor, Senator Gatchalian, and all those who voted for this bill, and of course our Senate President, Chis Escudero, for this very important bill. Thank you very much.
Duly noted and entered into the records. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, let the records reflect likewise that I vote in the affirmative for this measure and would insert into the records my explanation of vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Noted and entered into the records. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, and with the consent of the body, I move to consider on third reading proposed Senate Resolution number 1248. This is the resolution concurring in the ratification of the agreement between the Republic of the Philippines and Japan concerning the facilitation of reciprocal access and cooperation between the armed forces of the Philippines and the self-defense forces of Japan. The printed copies of the resolution were electronically distributed to the members on December 10, 2024, in compliance with the 3-day rule under Rule 36, Section 101 of the Rules of the Senate. So moved, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, proposed Senate Resolution 1248 is now under consideration, and the Secretary is directed to read the title only of the proposed Senate Resolution and to proceed with roll call vote.
Resolution concurring in the ratification of the agreement between the Republic of the Philippines and Japan concerning the facilitation of reciprocal access and cooperation between the armed forces of the Philippines and the self-defense forces of Japan. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 19 affirmative votes, 0 negative, 0 abstention, proposed Senate Resolution number 1248, concurring in the ratification of the Reciprocal Access Agreement between the Republic of the Philippines and the Government of Japan is hereby approved, and the aforestated treaty is deemed ratified. Majority Floor Leader.
Yes, Mr. President.
Mr. President, Majority Leader, thank you very much for my colleagues for your support.
The lady is recognized and she may proceed.
Yes, nagmamadali po at nandito nakikipag-agawan ng mikropono si Senator Zubiri. At maraming salamat sa ating mga kagalang-galang na kasamahan dito sa Senado sa inyong pagtatangkilik at suporta sa ating bagong naratifikaang RAA kasama ng Japan. Maraming salamat po.
We likewise thank the distinguished sponsor for fast-tracking this and prioritizing this, given that she's the chair of the Committee on Foreign Relations. What is the pleasure of the Honorable Zubiri?
May I explain my vote as well, Mr.
The
President?
gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to congratulate Senator Amy Marcos in securing the Senate's concurrence for the Japan-Philippine Reciprocal Access Agreement. As the President of the Philippine-Japan Parliamentary Association, I welcome and celebrate this concurrence, and I look forward to the ways in which partnerships between our armed forces and the self-defense forces of Japan will enhance our security and defense capabilities, and especially our disaster management efforts. Japan is one of our most important friends and allies, if not the most important friend and ally in the region. And this agreement will only deepen our ties, ensure that we are aligned in our efforts to uphold peace and security in the Asia-Pacific region. Today, I cast my vote for friendship, for cooperation, and for a future of deeper Philippines-Japan relationship. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Duly noted and entered into the records. What is the pleasure of the Honorable Villanueva?
Mr. President, may I just explain my vote for a minute, Mr.
The
President?
gentleman may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. It is with great honor and confidence that I vote yes to this historic measure. And please allow me to extend my sincerest thanks and gratitude and congratulations to the sponsor of the measure, Senator Amy Marcos. With our concurrence to the ratification of the agreement between the Republic of the Philippines and Japan concerning the facilitation of reciprocal access and cooperation between the AFP and the Self-Defense Forces of Japan further solidifies our commitment to promote regional and global peace and stability and deepens our security and defense relationship. It will be remembered, Mr. President, in history as one of the highlights of our diplomatic partnership, which now spans almost 7 decades, Mr. President. Today, as we give our concurrence to this agreement, we join the Japanese people in their desire to build a heart-to-heart relationship of trust, as Prime Minister Kishida best puts it, as equal partners and friends. Arigato gozaimasu. We thank the Japanese government and the Japanese people for their reliable and enduring friendship. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo. At
Thank you,
pagpalain tayo
Honorable
lahat ng ating
Villanueva.
Panginoon.
Duly noted and entered into the records. What is the pleasure of the Honorable Tolentino?
Mr. President, this representation would be submitting a written explanation of vote in support of the ratification of the treaty we just discussed, Mr. President, for insertion into the records. Thank you, Mr. President.
Duly noted and shall be entered into the records. Majority Floor Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, Senator Lauren Legarda is also seeking the floor. I
Senator
move that she be
Legarda is
recognized.
recognized for her manifestation. You may proceed, ma'am.
Mr. President, I cast my affirmative vote for the Senate resolution concurring in the ratification of the Reciprocal Access Agreement between the Philippines and Japan. I trust that this agreement strengthens our nation's security and reinforces our regional partnerships at a time when collaboration is crucial. The RAA not only facilitates joint military training, disaster response, and humanitarian operations, but also fortifies our commitment to regional peace and stability, which we emphasized during the 31st Asia-Pacific Parliamentary Forum we hosted last year. This legal framework before us today is a reinforcement of our commitment to enhance confidence-building measures that effectively alleviate tensions, proactively prevent disputes, and mitigate escalation of ongoing disputes in the Asia-Pacific region. Most importantly, this agreement solidifies the enduring friendship and mutual respect between the Philippines and Japan. Having sponsored similar agreements in the past, the status of visiting forces agreement with Australia, I've seen firsthand how these strategic partnerships enhance our defense capabilities, ensure better preparedness, and bolsters our national sovereignty. My vote is a vote for a stronger Philippines, a safer region, and a future built on collaboration with like-minded nations. It is therefore my honor to join my colleagues in concurring with the ratification of the Philippines-Japan Reciprocal Access Agreement. Thank you, Mr. President.
Duly noted and entered into the records. Majority Leader.
Likewise, Mr. President, to save time, these representations of co-sponsors which bill will just be inserted into the records.
Noted and entered into the records.
Mr. President, we are honored to have in our session hall today the Ambassador Extraordinary Plenipotentiary of Japan to the Philippines, His Excellency Endo Kazuya, to receive a copy of Resolution Number 236. Ambassador Endo is accompanied by officials from the Embassy of Japan.
Welcome to the Senate.
Mr. President, may I now move for a few minutes suspension to allow Ambassador Endo to accept a copy of the resolution from the Senate President at the rostrum. Also, I ask our colleagues to join the Senate President and the Ambassador. May I also invite our special guests, the Secretary of National Defense and the Secretary of Foreign Affairs, to join us at the rostrum for the group photo.
Session is suspended and the aforementioned dignitaries are requested to ascend at the rostrum to receive a copy of the resolution. Majority Floor Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, before we continue, the Deputy Minority Leader is seeking the floor. I move that she be recognized.
Senator Ontiveros is recognized. You may proceed, ma'am.
Salamat, Abi, Mr. President. I would just like to explain my no vote to the 99-year lease bill. First of all, I wish to thank the sponsor for accommodating and accepting the amendments I proposed. Nagpapasalamat ako sa pagkakataon na lagyan ng safeguards ang batas at karagdagang proteksyon para sa mga maliliit na may-ari ng lupa at agrarian reform beneficiaries. Ngunit pagkatapos ng pakikipag-usap at konsultasyon sa mga partners namin mula sa agrarian reform communities, I regret that I had to vote no to this measure. Mr. President, our partners have flagged that the impact of this measure to smallholder farmers, despite safeguards, would be disastrous. Sa ngayon po, laging dehado ang mga magsasaka sa mga kontrata kung saan halos 5 duling lang ang nakukuha nila at palawak ng palawak ang lupang hawak ng mga korporasyon. No, these are not aberrations. These are not isolated cases. These are clear and discernible patterns that have been observed in a national study conducted on agribusiness arrangements across the country. From bioethanol plants in Isabela to banana plantations in Davao del Norte and Compostela Valley, our agrarian beneficiaries are losing their lands for a pittance, despite the promise of the 1987 Constitution of land to the tiller. I have also been made aware of possible implications on national security, given particular current geopolitical realities. I am aware that investment areas in the foreign investment negative list are exempt from the provisions of this bill, but there are many large tracts of land outside the coverage of the foreign investments negative list that open us to national security vulnerabilities. During our POGO hearings, it was intimated by some members of the intelligence community that large agricultural lands near EDCA sites are being gobbled up by foreign-looking buyers. In the south of our country, we are also being penetrated by malign foreign influence. Nag-aalala po ako at what this bill might contribute towards our country's vulnerabilities. In view of this, with immense regret and a great desire to be proven wrong, I must vote no. Salamat, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Ontiveros. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading Senate Bill number 2799. This is the bill creating the Metro Bataan Development Authority. So move, Mr. President.
An objection? Hearing none, consideration of Senate Bill number 2799 on third reading is now in order. The Senate Secretary is directed to read the title of the bill and proceed with the roll call vote.
An act creating the Metro Bataan Development Authority, defining its powers and functions, and providing funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 17 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstention, Senate Bill number 2799 is hereby approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, as Chairperson of the Committee on Local Government and principal sponsor of Senate Bill number 2799 or the Metro Bataan Development Authority Act, this representation would like to clarify that the principal author of the measure is our Majority Leader, Senator Francis Tolentino, being the first to file Senate Bill number 2106. For this reason, may we respectfully request that the Secretary reflect this correction in the third reading copy of the Senate Bill number 2799.
The manifestation of the Majority Leader is hereby noted.
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading Senate Bill number 1273. This is the bill on the Muslim Filipinos, Indigenous Peoples, and other denominations' access to the Public Cemeteries Act. So move, Mr. President.
An objection? Hearing none, consideration of Senate Bill 1273 on third reading is now in order. The Secretary is directed to read the title of the bill and proceed with the roll call vote.
An act recognizing the proper burial of Muslim Filipinos, Indigenous Peoples, and other denominations, providing for appropriate burial grounds in public cemeteries, appropriating funds therefore, and for other purposes. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 17 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstention, Senate Bill number 1273 is hereby approved on third reading.
Mr. President, Senator Robin Hood Padilla is seeking the floor. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Robin Hood Padilla is hereby recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, at sa atin pong pinunong mayorya. Sa mga kapwa ko po, miyembro ng lupon na ito, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ako po ay taus-pusong nagpapasalamat sa ating pong mga kasamahan dito sa Senado sa pamumuno po at patnubay ng ating minamahal na Senate President Professor Francis Chis Escudero, sa ating pong pro tempore, ang ating pong mentor, Senator Jingo Estrada, at sa atin pong Majority Floor Leader, Senator Tol Tolentino, at sa lahat po ng mga re-electionist na sumuporta sa atin pong panukala, kasama na po siyempre si Senator Bongo, Senator Bato de la Rosa, Senator Pia Cayetano, Senator Bong Revilla, Senator Lapid, Senator Marcos, sa kanila pong suporta dito po sa Senate Bill number 1273, an act providing equal access to public cemeteries for Muslim Filipinos, Indigenous Peoples, and other denominations. Napaka-espesyal po ng araw na ito. Hindi lamang po para sa ating mga kapatid na Muslim, kundi para sa lahat po ng Pilipinong naghahangad ng mas malalim na pag-unawa sa pagkakaiba ng kultura, tradisyon at relihiyon ng iba't ibang grupo sa bansa. Walang hanggang pasasalamat po sa mga kasamahan nating tumayo at humiling ng maging kapwa may akda at sponsor kasama ang inyong lingkod upang makamit sa anumang anyo ang ating inaasam na layunin para sa ating mga kababayan. Sila po ay sina Senators Pimentel, Villanueva, Subiri, De La Rosa, Tulfo, Revilla, Ligarda at Tolentino. Akin din pong inihiling na lahat po ng ating mga kasama na narito ngayon ay maging kapwa may akda sa panukalang ito. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Senador Robin Hood Padilla.
Mr. President,
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, the Majority Leader, Senator Francis Tolentino, would like his co-sponsorship speech be inserted to the records.
The co-sponsorship speech of Senator Tolentino is hereby inserted into the records.
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading Senate Bill number 2872. This is the bill on the National Education Support Personal Day Act. So move, Mr. President.
An objection, hearing none, consideration of Senate Bill number 2872 on third reading is now in order. The Secretary is directed to read the title of the bill and proceed with the roll call vote.
An act declaring the 16th day of May of every year a special working holiday to be known as the National Education Support Personnel Day, mandating the Department of Education and the Commission on Higher Education to lead in its observance and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Ligarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 16 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstention, Senate Bill number 2872 is hereby approved on third reading.
Yes,
I see the hand of Senator Ontiveros.
yes, the Deputy Minority Leader. But before that, the principal sponsor, Senator Gatchalian, would like to explain his vote, Mr.
Senator
President.
Gatchalian is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, I rise today to cast my yes vote for the National Education Support Personnel Day Act, a measure that seeks to recognize and uplift an often overlooked yet vital group in our education system, the Education Support Personnel, or ESPs. This proposed legislation establishes May 16 of every year as National Education Support Personnel Day, a special working holiday to honor the contributions of ESP in ensuring the success of our educational institutions. This is not merely a symbolic gesture, but a meaningful step towards recognizing the essential role they play in realizing the right to education and fostering inclusive, equitable, and quality learning environments for all. Education Support Personnel Day include a broad spectrum of individuals working behind the scenes to ensure the smooth functioning of our schools and universities. These are our teaching assistants, registrars, librarians, doctors, nurses, guidance counselors, psychologists, clerks, and the rest of the professional, administrative, technical, and general staff in both basic and higher education institutions. There are over 170,000 ESPs in the Philippines whose work directly impacts the learning experience and development of our students. Unfortunately, many of them, particularly those in private schools, face precarious working conditions such as low salaries, contractual employment, and excessive workloads, which lead to demotivation, lack of job security, and burnout. These challenges underscore the urgency of recognizing their contributions and addressing their needs. This initiative aligns with the international practices, as May 16 is also celebrated as the World Education Support Personnel Day in countries such as Australia, the US, Canada, and Malta. It places the Philippines in solidarity with a global movement that acknowledges the critical role of ESPs in education systems worldwide. More than just recognition, this legislation has long-term benefits. By acknowledging the contributions of ESPs, we can improve morale and motivation, reduce turnover rates, and foster a supportive working environment that ultimately enhances the quality of education in our country. acknowledging ESPs can inspire them to excel in their roles and help ensure a positive and supportive learning environment for our students. Furthermore, this legislation will not cause any adverse economic implications as NESP Day is a special working holiday, meaning all operations in both the public and private sectors will proceed as usual. As the chairman of the Senate Committee on Basic Education and sponsor of this measure, I want to recognize and thank my esteemed colleagues who co-authored this bill, as well as the numerous stakeholders who played a pivotal role in shaping this legislation. Your contributions have been instrumental in making this bill a reality, and for that, I am truly grateful. Sa araw na ito, ipinakita natin na ang ating mga ESPs ay hindi lamang bahagi ng sistema ng ating edukasyon. Sila ay nagsisilbing haligi ng ating pangarap na makamit ang mataas na kalidad ng edukasyon sa bawat sambayanang Pilipino. By voting yes to this bill, we honor their sacrifices and affirm their importance in achieving our shared vision of quality education for all. Let us give them the recognition they rightfully deserve. Thank you, Mr. President, esteemed colleagues.
Thank you, Senator Gatchalian, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, the Deputy Minority Leader is seeking the floor. I move that she be recognized.
The Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, is recognized.
Salamat, Mr. President. Regarding Senate Bill 2872, the National Education Support Personnel Day, I'm fully in support of this bill, and with the kind indulgence of the body, I wish to be made co-author. Salamat po, Mr. President.
The manifestation of Senator Risa is hereby noted. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading Senate Bill number 2252. This is the bill on the Pawai Lake Protected Landscape. So move, Mr. President.
An objection, hearing none. Consideration of Senate Bill number 2252, third reading is in order. The Secretary is directed to read the title of the bill and proceed with the roll call vote.
An act declaring a parcel of land located in Municipality of Pawai in the province of Ilocos Norte, a protected area with the category of protected landscape under the National Integrated Protected Area System, to be referred to as the Pawai Lake Protected Landscape, providing for its management and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Ligarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 14 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, and 0 abstention, Senate Bill number 2252 is hereby approved on third reading.
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading Senate Bill number 1691. This is the bill on the San Francisco Protected Landscape. So move, Mr. President.
An objection, hearing none. Consideration of Senate Bill number 1691 on third reading is now in order. The Senate Secretary is directed to read the title of the bill and proceed with the roll call vote.
An act declaring a parcel of land located in the Municipality of San Francisco in the province of Quezon, a protected area with a category of protected landscape under the National Integrated Protected Area System, to be referred to as the San Francisco Protected Landscape, providing for its management and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Ligarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 15 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstention, Senate Bill number 1691 is hereby approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading Senate Bill number 1725. This is the bill on the Alibihaban Protected Landscape and Seascape. So move, Mr. President.
An objection, hearing none. Consideration of Senate Bill number 1725 on third reading is now in order. The Secretary is directed to read the title of the bill and proceed with the roll call vote.
An act declaring a parcel of land located in the Municipality of San Andres in the province of Quezon, a protected area with the category of protected landscape and seascape under the National Integrated Protected Area System, to be referred to as a Alibihaban Protected Landscape and Seascape, providing for its management and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 15 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstention, Senate Bill number 1725 is hereby approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading Senate Bill number 355. This is the bill on the Taklong and Tandog Group of Islands Natural Park. So move, Mr.
An
President.
objection? Hearing none, consideration of Senate Bill number 355 on third reading is now in order. The Secretary is directed to read the title of the bill and proceed with the roll call vote.
An act declaring a parcel of land located in the municipality of Nueva Valencia in the province of Guimaras, a protected area with the category of natural park under the National Integrated Protected Area System to be referred to as the Taklong and Tandog Group of Islands Natural Park, providing for its management and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 16 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstention, Senate Bill number 355 is hereby approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading Senate Bill number 2614. This is the bill on the Aurora Memorial Protected Landscape. So move, Mr. President.
An objection? Hearing none, consideration of Senate Bill number 2614 on third reading is in order. The Senate Secretary is directed to read the title of the bill and proceed with the roll call vote.
An act declaring a parcel of land located in the municipalities of Maria Aurora, Baler, San Luis, and Dingalan in the province of Aurora and Bongabon, province of Nueva Ecija, a protected area with the category of protected landscape under the National Integrated Protected Area System to be referred to as the Aurora Memorial Protected Landscape, providing for its management and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 16 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstention, Senate Bill number 2614 is hereby approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading Senate Bill number 2615. This is the bill on the Mount Sawtooth Protected Landscape. So move, Mr. President.
An objection? Hearing none, consideration of Senate Bill number 2615 on third reading is in order. The Secretary is directed to read the title of the bill and proceed with the roll call vote.
An act declaring a parcel of land located in the municipalities of Mayantok and San Jose, province of Tarlac, as a protected area with the category of protected landscape under the National Integrated Protected Area System to be referred to as the Mount Sawtooth Protected Landscape, providing for its management and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 16 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstention, Senate Bill number 2615 is hereby approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading Senate Bill number 2616. This is the bill on the Mount Masaraga Protected Landscape. I so move, Mr. President.
An objection? Hearing none, consideration of Senate Bill 2616 on third reading is in order. The Secretary will read the title of the bill and proceed with the roll call vote.
An act declaring a parcel of land located in the municipalities of Polangi and Owas and cities of Ligao and Tabaco in the province of Albay, a protected area with the category of protected landscape under the National Integrated Protected Area System to be referred to as the Mount Masaraga Protected Landscape, providing for its management and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Ligarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 14 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstention, Senate Bill number 2616 is approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading Senate Bill number 2617. This is the bill on the Panaon Island Protected Seascape. So move, Mr. President.
An objection, hearing none, consideration of Senate Bill number 2617 on third reading is in order. The Secretary is directed to read the title of the bill and proceed with the roll call vote.
An act declaring the waters surrounding the Panaon Island, situated in the province of Southern Leyte, as protected seascape under the National Integrated Protected Area System, to be referred to as the Panaon Island Protected Seascape, providing for its management, appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Ligarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 14 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstention, Senate Bill number 2617 is hereby approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading Senate Bill number 2618. This is the bill on the Mount Gutom Protected Landscape. So move, Mr. President.
An objection, hearing none, consideration of Senate Bill number 2618 on third reading is in order. The Secretary is directed to read the title of the bill and proceed with the roll call vote.
An act declaring a parcel of land located in the municipalities of President Manuel A. Rojas, Katipunan, and Sergio Osmeña in the province of Zamboanga del Norte, a protected area with the category of protected landscape under the National Integrated Protected Area System, to be referred to as the Mount Gutom Protected Landscape, providing for its management and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Ligarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 14 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstention, Senate Bill number 2618 is approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to consider third reading Senate Bill number 2619. This is the bill on the Naga de Vaporo Protected Landscape and Seascape Act. So move, Mr. President.
An objection, hearing none, consideration of Senate Bill number 2619 on third reading is in order. The Secretary is directed to read the title of the bill and proceed with the roll call vote.
An act declaring a parcel of land located in the municipality of Sultan Naga de Maporo in the province of Lanao del Norte, a protected area with the category of protected landscape and seascape under the National Integrated Protected Area System, to be referred to as the Sultan Naga de Maporo Protected Landscape and Seascape, providing for its management and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Ligarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 14 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstention, Senate Bill number 2619 is hereby approved on third reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, before we continue, the principal sponsor of this measure, Senator Cynthia Villar, is seeking the floor. I move that she be recognized.
Senator Cynthia Villar is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I extend my sincere gratitude to my colleagues for your support in approving the 10 protected area bills on third reading. This will place 10 more ecologically critical areas under the protection of the expanded National Integrated Protected Area System, or the INAIPAS law. This will increase the total number of legislated protected areas in the country to 124, which encompasses 4.5 million hectares. This represents a significant step toward our commitment to the welcoming Montreal Biodiversity Framework, which aims to restore biodiversity loss by protecting 30% of the planet and 30% of degraded ecosystems by 2030. I hope we could also pass SB number 1536 under Committee Report number 87, which will strengthen the protection of the Las Piñas Parañaque Wetland Park, including the establishment of its buffer zone. Passing this legislation carries weight and is particularly important as it is located in an urban area and will help mitigate the effects of flooding in Metro Manila and nearby provinces of Cavite. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Villar. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, Senator Lauren Legarda has an omnibus explanation of vote for all the protected areas, and she prefers that be inserted in the records.
The co-sponsorship speech
Yes,
of
the co-sponsorship
Senator
speech.
Legarda is hereby inserted into the records. So noted.
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 8214. This is the bill establishing the Lucena City Hospital. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Consideration of House Bill number 8214, the third reading is in order. The Secretary is directed to read the title of the bill and proceed with the roll call vote.
An act establishing in the city of Lucena, province of Quezon, a general hospital to be known as the Lucena City Hospital, appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Antiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, Senator Zubiri, the Senate President.
With 16 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstentions, House Bill number 8214 is hereby approved on third reading.
Mr. President,
Majority
the
Leader.
Deputy Minority Leader is seeking the floor. I move that she be recognized. Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Senator Risa Ontiveros is recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. President. With your indulgence, I just wish to manifest that I will submit my explanation of yes vote for Senate Bill number 2575, or the bill on the early childhood care and development, in writing for inclusion in the record. Salamat po.
Thank you very much, Senator Ontiveros, Majority Leader.
Yes, likewise, Senator Lauren Legarda would like to insert into the records her explanation of votes for the following bills: Senate Bill number 2878, the Economic Planning and Development Act, and Senate Bill number 2575, the Early Childhood and Education Act.
The co-sponsorship speeches of Senators Ontiveros and Legarda with regard to the aforementioned bills are inserted into the records.
Likewise, Mr. President, our Majority Leader, Senator Francis Tolentino, would like to insert into records his co-sponsorship speech for the Lucena City Hospital.
The co-sponsorship speech of Senator Tolentino is likewise inserted into the records.
A minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Senator Jinggoy Estrada would like to avail of the privilege hour. I move that he be recognized.
Senator Estrada is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, my dear colleagues, I rise before you in a matter of collective and personal privilege. Mabigat sa kalooban ko na talakayin sa plenaryong ito ang hindi mga kanais-nais at hindi katanggap-tanggap na nangyayari sa industriyang malapit sa aking puso. At bahagi rin ako ang industriya ng pelikulang Pilipino. Makailang beses na rin akong tumayo para ipaglaban ang naghihingalong film industry dahil naniniwala ako sa galing at talento ng ating mga alagad ng sining sa pinilakan tabing. Ngunit sa pagkakataon ito, labis kong ikinalulungkot na ipabatid sa inyo ang usapin na ito. I rise today to express my deepest concern and strongest condemnation over the proliferation of and easy access to vulgar, explicit, and pornographic content on streaming platforms, particularly on Viva Max. Mr. President, the Philippines is a nation deeply rooted in moral values, family traditions, and respect for human dignity. However, these principles are being challenged by platforms that prioritize profit over social responsibility. Viva Max, a subscription-based popular streaming service, has gained attention not for its meaningful and family-oriented content, but for inundating the digital space with films and shows filled with graphic, sexual, and exploitative material. While I acknowledge the importance of artistic freedom and creative expression, these should come with boundaries, especially when they begin to undermine our society's moral fabric. This situation is even more concerning because many of these materials are easily accessible and may target younger audiences who are more susceptible to influence. Buong pagmamalaking inanunsyo ng kumpanyang Viva Max na pumalo na sa 12 milyon ang kanilang subscribers as of October 10 of 2024. Bagamat may mga comedy, drama, romance, horror movies, at concerts na mapapanood sa ilalim ng rebranded na streaming platform ng Viva Communications Incorporated na kilala na ngayon na VMX. Ang unang bubungad sa subscriber ay ang tinatawag nilang sexy contents. A subscriber can gain access to their platform for 169 to 499 pesos per month. Article 201 of the revised Penal Code prohibits the distribution, exhibition, or sale of content deemed immoral, obscene, or indecent, covering literature, films, music, artworks, performances, plays, scenes, acts, and shows. Ginoong Pangulo, malinaw pong batas. Malinaw na nakasad sa batas na pinagbabawal ang pagpapalabas ng anumang malaswa at mahalay na material na maaaring magdulot ng pagkasira ng moralidad ng publiko. May parusang aabot sa 6 na taon, multa na mula 20,000 hanggang 200,000 at pagkansela ng permit o lisensya ang sino man lalabag dito. Ngunit, tila hindi sapat para mapigilan ang mga plataporma gaya ng Viva Max sa pagpapalaganap ng ganitong uri ng nilalaman. Nauna nang tinawag ng pansin ng MTRCB ang Viva Max, bunsod na rin ang mga reklamong natanggap ng ahensya sa malalaswang ipinalalabas dito. Sa isang nilagdaang kasunduan o Memorandum of Agreement noong Enero na nakarang taon, nangako ang Viva Max na mag-self-regulate. Viva Max committed to ensure that the content on its platforms are aligned with contemporary Filipino cultural values, not objectionable for being immoral, indecent, contrary to law and or good customs, injurious to the prestige of the Republic or its people, or with a dangerous tendency to encourage the commission of violence or of a wrong or crime. Ngunit, tila hindi tumutupad ang Viva Max sa kasunduang ito dahil sa isang monitoring na isinagawa ng MTRCB. Lumalabas na mga pelikulang pang-streaming platform ng kumpanya ay nababagay lamang sa mga porn sites. Mr. President, are we normalizing porn on streaming platform now? Ang mga ganitong klaseng pelikula Ang mga ganitong klaseng pelikula ba ang magsasalba sa ating industriya, sa industriya ng pelikulang Pilipino? Bilang kasangga ng mga taga-industriya, kaisa nila ako sa pagtataguyod at pagnanais na mapasigla muli ang naghihingalong pelikulang Pilipino. Hindi ko pinapalampas na hindi bigyan ng pagkilala ng Senado ang mga pelikulang pinaralanganan ng mga international award-giving bodies. Ito ay paraan ko upang mahikayat pa ang pagiging malikain at linangin ang talento ng ating mga kababayan. Hindi po ito usapin ng censorship, kundi ng proteksyon ng ating mga kababayan, lalong-lalo na laban sa mga ganitong klaseng ng content online na sumisira sa kanilang moralidad at pananaw sa buhay. Wala po ako nakikitang redeeming values na mapupulot ang mga manonood, kundi ang pagsilbihan ang mga tumatangkilik ng kalaswaan, kawalan ng respeto sa dignidad ng tao at pagkakitaan ang ganitong klase ng pelikulang ipinalalabas sa streaming platform. Mr. President, ang binabayad lang po sa mga artistang gumaganap dyan sa Viva Max, lalong-lalo na po yung mga kababaihan, ay balita ko, humigit kumulang lang ng 15,000 pesos per day. Paghuhubad ka na kung ano-ano pa gagawa sa iyo ng direktor. They are exploiting our women, Mr. President. The normalization of such content erodes the fundamental principles of respect, decency, and empathy, which are essential for individual well-being and social cohesion. As consumers of digital content, we must be vigilant and discerning about what we watch and share. Content creators must likewise recognize their responsibility in shaping public discourse and cultural norms. Bago po ako magtapos, tulad nga ng sinabi ko kanina, 15,000 lamang po ang binabayad kapalit ng pagbilad ng kanilang katawan sa harap ng kamera. 15,000 pesos kada araw at sa loob ng 2 araw ay makakagawa na sila ng isang full-length movie para sa streaming platform. Kaya hindi nakakapagtaka na madali silang makapag-produce ng ganitong klase sa loob ng maiksing panahon. Muli, Ginoong Pangulo, nais ko na bigyan ng din na sa pagtayo ko dito, sa plenaryong ito, sa usaping ito, hinding-hindi ko hinahadlangan ang pagiging malikhain ng mga alagad ng sining. Naninindigan ako upang bigyan ng wakas ang ganitong uri ng kabuktutan sa ngalan ng ating mga kabataan, pamilyang Pilipino at ng ating inambayan. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, Senator Joel Villanueva is seeking the floor and move that he be recognized.
Senator Villanueva is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Majority Leader. May we know, Mr. President, if our good Senate President Pro Tem, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, would yield to some clarificatory questions coming from this representation, Mr.
Gladly,
President.
Mr. President.
Mr. President, at the onset, may I just put into the records of this August Chamber my sincerest thanks and gratitude to our dear colleague, who is not only a colleague of ours here in the Senate, but also who hails from the industry na malapit po sa kanyang puso, sa industriya ng pelikulang Pilipino. Bihira po sa mga nakikita natin ngayon sa industriya ang may ganitong karakter para i-expose, Mr. President, ang ganitong uri ng mga bagay na tinatouch, Mr. President, yung napakahalagang karakteristik ng isang Pilipino, yung moral fibers ng ating bansa, Mr. President. Mr. President, sa unang katanungan, Mr. President, may I know, Mr. President, if the good gentleman from San Juan would gladly educate this representation, because insofar as streaming is concerned, Mr. President, meron po bang ahensya ng pamahalaan na talagang nagbabantay, nagre-regulate, o wag na natin sabihin nagre-regulate, Mr. President, nagbabantay na lamang para sa kapakanan ng ating mga kababayan? Sapagkat sa aking pong pagkakaalam, sa payak na aking nakuhang mga impormasyon, yung television or movies na pinapalabas sa mga theaters, meron pong MTRCB, pero hindi naman ito nire-regulate, no? Nagre-rating lang po ito. When it comes to streaming po ba, meron po, Ginoong Pangulo, na ahensya ng pamahalaan na talagang nakatutok para bantayan ang ating mga kababayan, lalo na ang ating pong mga kababayan?
Well, ikinalulungkot ko pong sabihin sa inyo, Ginoong Pangulo, na wala hong ahensya de gobyerno ang pwede mag-monitor nitong mga pinalabas nitong sa streaming platform. Lalong-lalo na po yung MTRCB, hindi po sakop ng kanilang mandato ang pagmamonitor ng mga streamline platforms sa social media.
Nakakalungkot, Mr. President, because if that is the case, in some countries, Mr. President, when you enter the country and you try to get connected to the internet, for instance, talagang wala ho no? In some countries. For example, let me share my experience. When I was in Vietnam, Mr. President, may ilang lugar po doon na wala Hindi ka maka-access whatever you do, whether internet or cellular network, hindi ka makapasok. Parang yun, medyo mahigpit na po yun. Pero sa atin, Ginoong Pangulo, any Tom, Dick, or Harry can actually access itong Viva Max. Even the minors, Mr.
Even
President.
the minors can easily access any streamlined platform, especially itong mga Viva Max, itong mga porn sites. Ipepekein mo lang yung edad mo, sasabihin, how old are you? Sasabihin mo lang 18, 20, pwede ka na pumasok. Kahit 12 years old ka lang, pwede ka na pumasok. Yan po anong nakakalungkot.
Are you saying, Mr. President, distinguished colleague, wala ho ni kahit anong mekanismo?
I don't think so.
Itong streamlining apps na ito na mag-check whether or not totoo o hindi.
Yeah.
Yung
Wala.
pumapasok.
I think they only ask for your age, for your name, or etc. And then you can put there na I am of age, I am 20 years old, I am 25 years old. Kahit minor de edad ka ba, pwede mong you can gain easy access dun sa mga sites na yan.
Mr. President, sino ho ang pupwedeng magprotekta sa ating mga kabataan na itinuturing ng ating konstitusyon, ng ating mga ninuno, ng mga nagbuwis ng buhay para sa kasarinlan ng ating bayan, na itinuturing hindi lang pag-asa ng bayan, kundi may-ari ng kinabukasan? Sino ho ang pupwedeng magprotekta, Mr. President? Senado na lang po ba? Kung ganito po ang sitwasyon, because our Constitution, Mr. President, is very clear. The 1987 Constitution states the role of the state to promote the youth's moral well-being. Nasa Section 13, Article 2 po yan ng ating Constitution. Sino ho ang pwede nating kalampagin para maprotektahan ang ating mga kababayan, lalo na ang ating mga kabataan, Mr. President?
Well, sa ngayon, ang pwede nating sabihan ay yung MTRCB. Dahil yun po ang gusto nila magkaroon ng control or regulation dito sa mga tinatawag na online streaming apps, no? Dahil siguro sila lang siguro yung the appropriate agency na pwedeng mag-regulate at mag-monitor dito sa mga streamlined platforms na ito.
Mr. President, I have to confess in front of our idol presiding officer, I have never seen a Viva Max movie, Mr. President. So, please allow me to ask this question. Ito ho ba ay the same as the movies being shown in theaters, Mr. President, with an X-rated movie, etc.? May pinapakita ba dito na hindi talaga kanais-nais na makita o dapat ma-rate man lang? Dahil dito sa mga theaters natin, Mr. President, I remember I was with my daughter and we're trying to watch a movie, a Marvel movie, and because there's violence, kahit anong gawin mo na pakiusap, hindi ka makakapasok
Yeah.
doon sa theaters, Mr. President. Kahit na ako'y talaga innocently asked this question to the theater guards, Mr. President, na nandito naman yung tatay, nandito naman yung parent. Can we be allowed to watch a Marvel movie, Mr. President? Pero kahit anong pakiusap ko, hindi talaga kami pinapasok. And I admire the tenacity of the guards or those personnel manning the theaters, Mr. President. Pero dito po, Mr. President, ano bang difference nitong movies na ipinapalabas dito sa Viva Max, Mr. President?
Once the MTRCB rates a movie, if it's rated X, kahit kailan, hindi ho pwedeng ipalabas sa sinehan yan.
Sa publiko.
Sa publiko. Now, kung ang MTRCB nag-rate ng R18, minsan nakakalusot yan, no? But of course, the movie owners are very strict. Kailangan siguro hingin ID na above 18 years old ka. Pero ano nangyari doon sa isang pelikula, I forgot what movie that was.
Mr. President, may araro kayong pinakitang...
Unang tikim ba yun? Unang whatever? Unang tikim. Nakalusot sa isang sinehan na nirate ng MTRCB na R18. Nakalusot sa sinehan, pinapakita lahat, no? May pumping scene, may breast exposure, may butt exposure. Talagang, alam mo, nang malaswang-malaswa talaga. So siguro, ang dapat gawin ng MTRCB, suspendehin o isara yung sinehan na nagpalabas ng ganitong klaseng malalaswang pelikula.
Mr. President, I remember, and we were then a member of the House of Representatives representing Sibak Party List in 2004. We had a consultative meeting with theater owners to disallow showing of this so-called, for me, I would say it's already pornographic films, Mr. President. And during that time, the SM Schumart themselves made that decision not to show this kind of films. So my next question, Mr. President, is that yung MTRCB po ba naa-allow sila to rate the movies being shown or being accessed in this streaming apps, Mr. President?
No,
Specifically itong
they
Viva
do not have
Max?
any control or they do not have any control or regulation dito sa ating mga streamlined platforms, dito sa mga apps. Wala ho silang mandato, hindi ho sakop ng kanilang mandato. That is why what they are proposing in the bill, itong sa bagong bill na I think pagbobotohan natin ngayon, na isama na yung live streaming katulad nitong Netflix, itong Viva Max, etc. etc.
I agree, Mr. President, and I can't wait to vote for it while we are so blessed that at this point in time, yung MTRCB chair ay talagang naninindigan kung ano lang yung tama. Mapagalitan man, hindi man popular, talagang ginagawa kung ano yung tungkulin nila bilang MTRCB. But Mr. President, this is alarming because you are saying na any Tom, Dick, or Harry, even students, even minors, Mr. President, mismong mga anak natin, pwedeng maka-access nito, yung mga minors. Ang next question ko, Mr. President, pagka ba uma-access sila nito, nagagamit nila itong mga apps na nagdaan din sa Kongreso, yung prangkisa, kagaya for example, kung ikaw ay Globe, yung GCash mo, magagamit mo dito, Paymaya mo, magagamit mo dito, ito bang mga ito, magagamit mo dito, at sila din po ba, meron ba silang mekanismo rin para i-check na ito'y ginagamit ng isang minor na gumagamit ng hindi karapat-dapat o hindi angkop, and I will use that word in Tagalog, hindi angkop doon po sa kanilang age na ma-access ang ganitong mga klaseng pelikula, Mr. President?
Tingin ko wala ho silang mekanismo. Kunwari ako meron akong GCash, siguro hindi na siguro magtatanong ang kumpanya kung ilang taong ka na. I don't think they have any system or mechanics to do so. No, palagay ko wala ho silang paraan para i-monitor kung minor de edad ka ba o sapat ba edad mo para makanood nitong mga applications nito.
Nakakalungkot, Ginoong Pangulo, sapagkat kita-kita na lang talaga pala. Yung gano'n na lang ba yung sinasabi natin dito, Mr. President? Basta
That's how it is,
kumikita.
Mr. President.
Kita-kita na lang. And if that's the case, Mr. President, I am not even thinking twice to revisit the franchises that we have given to these companies, Mr. President, because I remember I once stood here in this August chamber to question, for example, yung mga GCash na yan, etc., na tumataya doon sa mga isabong. Ang dami na hong nagpakamatay doon sa isabong. Ang dami nang nabiktima. Mga 16, 14 years old, doon po sa Davao, nakita natin, kalahating milyon, bigla may utang yung bata. Bakit? Hindi kasi na-check Nakakapagtaya na po sila. Ngayon, Mr. President, kung ganun po, dapat siguro, would you agree with me na i-revisit natin yung mga prangkisa na ibinibigay natin doon sa mga kumpanya na pinagkakakitaan ito sapagkat nung time na diniscuss natin yung kanilang mga prangkisa, wala pong mga ganito na mekanismo. Wala rin pong ito, Mr. President, na discussion as to whether or not they can actually use this to gamble, to pay for live streaming or streaming apps na kung saan nagpapakita ng mga malalaswang pelikula na na-access din ng mga minor de edad, Mr. President.
Well, I strongly support you. I do not have any quarrel with that. I do not have any objection with that. But I just would like to remind the good gentleman, ito mga GCash, Globe, Smart, ito lang yung it is just a means to pay the subscription of this particular application, katulad nga nitong Viva Max, itong kung mga isabong na ito. But of course, I will in due time I will support your proposal, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. For me, it's just that we feel that there is some sort of responsibility we are giving to these companies. Hindi naman pwedeng absolute yung ibinibigay natin na kapangyarihan na you can do whatever you want. In fact, Mr. President, I am about to defend the franchise of Meralco today, supposed to be. And that's been my principle, Mr. President. We cannot allow creeping franchises to be given to any Tom, Dick, or Harry na wala ng responsibilidad. Mr. President, before I go to another topic, I can see Senator Pia Cayetano on the rostrum. I think she's seeking the floor, and I'm more than willing to yield for her intervention, Mr. President.
But before I recognize the Senator Pia Cayetano, I would like to remind the good gentleman that the Speaker pro tempore that if at the meantime that the MTRCB is not yet equipped with that kind of mandate, siguro we tap the PNP and the NBI right away para mabigyan kaagad ng action itong problema na ito, because this really nakakatakot ito. Our values are being attacked by this kind of business. Siguro pwede na siguro natin i-remind ng PNP na do their mandate. They have their cybercrime, anti-cybercrime group or whatever units under the PNP who has the capacity to react on this kind of crime. If this is a crime, because we know pertinent laws are being violated by this particular business.
Yes, Mr. President. Once the majority leader refers my privileged speech to the appropriate committee, then we will have to discuss it in the committee level, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senate President pro tempore. I would like to recognize Senator Pia Cayetano.
Thank you. With the permission of the gentleman, I just was listening to the exchange, and I'd just like to share my input. I believe this discussion that involves the payment vehicles is important to not just take note of, but to highlight. For how many years, maybe, I don't know, a decade or so, all of these new kinds of companies, new because they're now digital, everything that has to do with online, they hide behind the cloak of, but di na namin sagot yan, hindi na kami yan, you know? And now, Mr. President, it is very possible for all of these companies to somehow just have a restriction on the payment to these companies that are not child-friendly. It's as simple as that. It's so simple. And if they refuse to do that, then we should, if there is not enough laws that restrict or penalize them, then we should penalize them. It is not that difficult for them to say na GCash payments can be made here but cannot be made to online online gambling. The former majority floor leader will recall that we were both very, very against the sabong. And these are the vehicles that were being used. Okay lang sa kanila na may nagpapakamatay, okay lang sa kanila na nalunlun sa utang ang pamilya dahil may na-addict sa online sabong na yan. So kung okay lang pala sa kanila, edi parusahan natin sila kasi nakakasira nga sila ng not just our values, no? Because yes, it's our values, but there are consequences, and the consequence is if you allow your company, your method of payment to be used in a way that we have already prohibited, then penalize them. So yun lang naman din ang sa akin. I join the gentlemen in their concern, and I will add my advocacy to it. Yan din ang ginagamit ng mga bata para bumili ng vape na bawal sa kanila. Bawal, tapos nandun din online. So it's the same. It's just a different product.
I'm about to go there.
It's the same. It's the same. It's just a different product, and all of these companies are empowering the youth to buy these products, these services that should be prohibited. It has become easier, and let's not deny that there are services na nakakabuti. Pero yung hindi nakakabuti, di iban. Hindi mahirap yun. Nagpapalusot lang yung mga yan. Kung sabihin nilang, hindi pwede, pwede. Kung gusto nila, if there's a will, there's a way. Yun lang po, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Senator from Taguig. Before that, if I may, I just received information that if you are a Globe user and if you will access dito sa mga porn sites, YouTube for X-rated contents, they will already block the Globe user for accessing yung mga porn sites. So siguro dapat itong Smart, itong mga ibang itong Paymaya, yung mga Visa credit card, Master credit card, siguro they have to follow suit.
So that's the question. What is the definition of porn? What is soft porn? What is medium porn? What is a little bit porn? I want to have the
Yes, yes, yes.
definition. Because madali sigurong sabihin na binlock yung porn na porn. What is the definition?
Siguro,
Pakitanong na rin.
Well, siguro we will have to define it probably. Siguro for me, yung hard, I do not know the comparison between hard and soft porn.
Anyway, kayo na yan, ha?
Ako, pareho lang. Pagka meron nangyari, porn na yan eh.
And we're all
Whether hard or
veteran
soft.
legislators, Your Honors. We couldn't even define. So we need an expert, actually, Mr. President. And that's also my point. And I thank the distinguished lady from Taguig and Pateros for raising this particular issue. Even the vapes, Mr. President. You can easily fool these paying apps, Mr. President.
You just have to press your 18 years old, they'll give you access.
There's no second, third, or fourth line of defense in ensuring that they will only cater to those who are actually with proper age, Mr. President.
Anyway, if I can, with the permission of Senator Villanueva, if I can remember, during our hearing sa Isabong, it was discussed extensively yung paano maglagay ng control yung GCash at Paymaya. But until now, hanggang promise lang sila. They said that they promised to do everything. Pero ngayon, wala pa rin tayong narinig na concrete action coming from them. So it's high time, I think, for them to be penalized, if I may.
That's a good idea, Mr. President. I'm going towards that direction as being mentioned by our acting presiding officer, Mr. President. Because this representation filed several measures. SB 734, ito pong IPAD Act, Indecency, Pornography, and Obscenity Deterrence Act, which increases the penalty, Mr. President, under Article 201 of our revised penal code. Yung revised penal code po, yung moral doctrines, obscene publications, and exhibitions and indecent show, would the distinguished sponsor, I mean the Senate President Pro Tem who delivered a compelling privileged speech, agree, Mr. President, that it's also high time that we increase penalties, Mr. President, in this particular aspect, Mr. President?
Yes, definitely. I will support any proposal by the former Majority Leader, Mr. President.
Mr. President, kanina po pinakita yung ilang mga titulo lamang ng pelikula doon sa ano ba tawag doon? Streaming app na Viva Max.
Actually,
and nakita ko yung mga titles pa lang, Mr. President.
it's very suggestive.
I'm already distracted and concerned about it. For example, Mr. President, Araro. Araro pero wala doon sa bukid. Lahat nandun sa loob
Kwarto.
ng bed scene, Mr. President. Ang mga pictures na pinapakita. Paano naman naging connected yung Araro doon sa bed scenes kesa sa bukid, Mr. President? Doon pa lamang sa titulo, Mr. President, would you agree with me, Mr. President, na talagang ang intensyon talaga ay hindi magturo ng kung paano magtanim at magbungkal ng lupa sa bukirin? Is that correct, Mr. President?
Alam mo, very innovative ang ating mga kasamahan sa industriya ng pelikulang Pilipino. Siyempre, double meaning na yan. Ano, siyempre, Araro,
Plowing.
sa bukid yan.
Plowing.
Meron ding Araro sa ibang version naman, sa ibang thinking ng mga malikhaing mga alagad ng sining natin. Kaya, dun lang sa very catchy yung mga titles. Alam mo, once na catchy yung title mo, panunuorin talaga eh. Yan ang natuto ko nung ako'y nag-artista pa nung araw, no? Talaga pag medyo catchy talaga yung title, talagang manunod ka katulad ng Unang Tikim. Meron pang ganun. Ano pa yung mga ibang mga ha?
Yun po, Ginoong Pangulo, ang aking nais i-point out. Dahil bata pa po ako, artista na yung aking tinatanong ngayong hapon na ito. At gusto kong matutunan, Mr. President, na yun pa lang ho, no? Titulo pa lang, alam mo ho na naughty or that's the list that you can describe it, but more of targeting Filipinos, especially young people, to be involved and be engaged in pornographic materials, Mr. President. One last thing, Mr. President, before I leave this interpellation, Mr. President. The gentleman who is a former chairperson of the Senate Committee on Labor made mention about the possibility of violating a lot of labor laws. He made mention about 15,000, Mr. President, pero papakita lahat. Meron po bang nagawa ang ating Department of Labor and Employment para inspeksyonin ang set nito as mandated by our laws, Mr. President, whether you talk about occupational safety and health standards at iba pang mga batas na ating ipinasa dito sa Senado, meron po bang nakukuha na pag-ibig o PhilHealth itong mga aktor, mga cameraman, mga utility guys ng mga gumagawa ng ganitong klaseng pelikula, Mr. President?
Sigurado ako, Ginoong Pangulo, wala ho sila natatanggap na benepisyo, pribileyo, dahil per day po ang bayad sa kanila. Wala ho silang kontrata. So, siguro 101% ako, they do not receive any privileges or any benefits coming from dito sa mga nabanggit nyo, Ginoong Pangulo.
Wala hong pag-ibig,
Walang pag-ibig.
walang PhilHealth, etc.
Wala ho.
So, Mr. President, again, glaring, in your face violations itong ating na-unearth ngayon, lalo na sa labor laws na ating mga ipinasa dito sa bulwagang ito, Ginoong Pangulo. And so we call on also our friends from the Labor Department to look into this. Baka may mga hindi lang karapatang pantao yung na-violate doon po sa paggawa ng pelikulang ito, kundi yung karapatan bilang isang manggagawa ay na-violate din. So, Ginoong Pangulo, magwawakas po ako by saying, Mr. President, that this is such a sad incident na nangyayari, Mr. President, dito sa ating bansa. Nakakalungkot habang pina-flash po dyan sa screen yung mga hindi ko maintindihan mga titulo, Mr. President. Ngunit ang para ho sa akin yung paglabag sa karapatan ng ating mga kapwa Pilipino, lalo na sa ating mga kababaihan, paglabag din at pag-abuso doon po sa karapatan ng ating mga kabataang Pilipino na inaasahan natin na mga susunod na leader ng ating minamahal na bayan. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo. Maraming salamat sa ating Senate President Pro Tem, Senator Jinggoy Estrada.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Villanueva. I just like to add, itong mga naka-flash sa screens nitong mga pelikula, alam mo, once you are a Viva Max subscriber, pwede mo na ma-access lahat yung mga movies sa kanilang application, including yung mga sexy movies. Sa akin lang, sana meron another layer of security when the subscriber is accessing itong mga sexy movies na ito. Siguro, ibang bayad or dapat mas stringent ang kanilang requirements. Or siguro, hanapan sila ng ID kung talagang duda sila na minor itong mga nanonood. Yun lang po, Ginoong Pangulo. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Senator Joel.
Majority Leader?
Mr. President, I move that we refer the privileged speech of Senator Estrada and all in the interpellations and manifestations thereon to the Committee on Public Info.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2826 under Committee Report number 329. This is the bill enhancing the fiscal regime for the metallic mining industry. So move, Mr. President.
One minute suspension. Ano? Going back to the motion of the Majority Leader, is there any objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of the said bill under aforementioned committee report is now in order.
I move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Joseph Victor J.V. Ejercito, and to interpellate Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Hearing no objection,
Refer na.
resumption of the interpellation is in order. Senators Ejercito and Hontiveros are hereby recognized.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. Good sponsor. If I may proceed with my interpellation. So, Mr. President and good sponsor, the proposed fiscal mining regime aims to attract investment and boost government revenue from mining. However, the IEA projects a significant increase in the value of energy transition minerals in the coming years. Pwede po ba kayong mag-provide ng specific projections para sa potential loss of government revenue in present value terms over the next, say, 20 years? Bunga ng immediate extraction at export ng raw materials sa halip na i-delay yung extraction na magbibigay daan din sa future domestic processing, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you for that. Competitiveness is not consistent with ensuring maximum profit for the government. Mining projects typically take 10 to 15 years to move from exploration to production, Mr. President. During this time, the prices of critical minerals will rise and fall multiple times. Delays in starting these projects could mean missing out on favorable market conditions altogether. But to benefit from the shift from fossil fuels to renewable energy sources, the Philippines must first attract the right kind of quality investments into its extractive industries. Given a limited pool of quality investors globally, and many are already diverting their attention to other countries due to the delays and regulatory uncertainties that have plagued the Philippines in recent years. No? This trend is a risk we can no longer afford. Yung po kasi lagi ang natin na disadvantage to our ASEAN neighbors and Asian neighbors, yung inconsistency and sometimes itong uncertainties, no, in regulation. So we must also consider the pace of technological innovation. Advances in science could lead to the development of new materials or technologies that render today's critical minerals. We must also it is imperative to develop and extract our mineral resources while demand remains high and prices are competitive. The urgency to act cannot be overstated. If we want to wait until a longer time, the opportunity might have passed. And to remain competitive, the benefit from this global shift, the time to attract and secure investments is now. And likewise, the potential of our mining resources is very vast. No? And ilang percent na ba yung nagagamit natin? 9% na? 2% kami ang covered by the 2% na of the total Philippines. Uncovered. Uncovered with element. Likewise, Mr. President, for the information of the lady that in the entire Philippines, only 2% are covered by mining permits. So there's still a lot of potential that can be used. Likewise, it can, as I mentioned earlier, because of the shift to renewables, we need to also make use of the mining, the minerals that can be derived from mining, Your Honor, Mr. President. But I have to be clear also that as I mentioned in the previous interpellations, I'm not really into mining as well. I'm also a nature lover. I like exploring. I like the outdoors. But we'd like to maximize whatever we can get with the mining industry, Your Honor. We want to make sure that that the country or the government will be able to maximize or get its maximum revenue from these mining operations, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor. At salamat din sa pagbanggit tungkol dun sa shift to renewable energy na isa rin sa mga konteksto ng pinag-uusapan, ini-interpolate nating bill sa ngayon. And isa sa mga huling tanong ko tungkol dyan sa kontekstong iyon ng RE shift. Pero dito lang muna sa unang tanong. Andun na rin po ako sa sinabi ng ninyo, good sponsor, about maximizing revenues. And may ibang pananaw din na kung i-delay natin yung extraction sa isang near future time na mas mataas na yung capacity natin for domestic processing, that way we would actually maximize the revenue. So sa ngayon, wala po bang projected loss of government revenue over the next 2 decades? Dahil kung immediately kaagad i-extract natin at i-export yung raw materials na iyon, Mr. President.
Your Honor, Mr. President, actually through the Create More, we are encouraging not only the extraction of our mineral resources, but we are really encouraging by providing incentives for those entities that would engage in processing of these mineral resources, Your Honor. So mas maganda na po sana that the sad part is that what happens now is that extraction happens here of our minerals, but we end up buying the finished product. So with the Create More, we are encouraging that these minerals be processed here, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor. Siguro iwan ko na muna yung tanong na ito dito kasi alam din po natin, bagamat meron tayong bagong tax measure, yung Create More Law, at yun na nga, ini-encourage nito yung processing. May panahon din na kailangan para i-up talaga yung processing, actual processing capacity niya. Ayan. So kung wala pang projection on loss of government revenues mula next year hanggang 2045, baka pwede na lang hingiin ito sa MGB kahit ma-submit in writing bago yung period of amendments, good Mr. President. So in the meantime, we need to ensure that our energy infrastructure is enhanced so that in the future, we will no longer have these annual yellow and red alerts, and we can require our investors to not only extract and export the ore, but gaya ng sinabi ng good sponsor, also to do substantial value adding in country. So, susunod na tanong ko po, good sponsor. The proposed mining fiscal regime bill emphasizes attracting investment and enhancing the competitiveness of the Philippine mining industry. However, past experiences, particularly in Africa, suggest that simply lowering taxes, ito pinag-uusapan nga po natin yung Create More, simply lowering taxes to attract mining companies may not translate into broad-based economic benefits. Pwede po ba kayong mag-provide ng specific data sa impact ng mga katulad na tax incentives sa employment at economic development sa iba pang mineral-rich countries, good sponsor?
Your Honor, Mr. President, actually with the mining fiscal regime, we are not lowering the taxes. In fact, we are proposing two new taxes, Your Honor, Mr. President. To answer your query, and I'd like to say that the proposed mining fiscal regime in the Philippines does not lower. As I mentioned, we will be introducing two new taxes, and this include royalty for mines operating outside mineral reservations, a windfall. Ito po yung mga bagong innovations that we are introducing, that we will be introducing a windfall profit tax to capture the extraordinary gains during price surges, and fiscal stability provisions to make the regime competitive with peer countries such as Indonesia, Chile, Peru, and South Africa. So ito po yung mga bago na innovation. And compared to, likewise, with regards to your concern, compared to African countries, the Philippines has a far more robust and comprehensive regulatory framework. The Mining Act already requires mining companies to allocate funds for social development and environmental protection and enhancement programs. It also mandates a mature mine closure and rehabilitation plan that must be fully funded by the company before closure. These requirements ensure that mining in the Philippines is conducted responsibly with clear benefits for host communities and the environment. This comprehensive framework reduces the risk of the so-called resource curse by promoting sustainable development, ensuring that mining contributes positively to the country's economy and society.
Salamat, good sponsor. Pati muli sa pagbanggit dun sa yung social development and management program at tungkol dun sa windfall royalties for operating outside mineral reservations. Dahil meron akong mga tanong din tungkol dyan sa dalawang iyon mamaya ng kaunti. And muli kung dahil nabanggit nyo na rin good sponsor, ang South Africa, isa sa mga mineral rich na bansa sa Africa, kung pwedeng magsumite na lang din ang MGB ng specific data in writing dun sa impact nung mga katulad na tax incentives or windfall royalties in particular, anong naging impact nun dun sa employment at saka economic development sa South Africa at sa iba pang mga bansa sa Africa.
Yes, I will do, Mr. President, Your Honor. We'll ask the MGB to submit the data and information regarding the effects of this regulations in South Africa, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor. At kung meron din ganong data, pati sa naunang tanong ko po, kung meron ang DOF, kung maaari pong makahingi rin po sa kanila. So furthermore, the bill aims to streamline the mining application process to encourage more investment. While efficiency is important, hindi ba dapat i-prioritize natin yung pagsisiguro na yung mining operations ay kinukondukta responsibly, kaya nang nabanggit nyo, good sponsor, and sustainably. So, paano itong expedited permitting process magagarantya na yung mga environmental at social safeguards ay hindi makokompromiso, good sponsor?
Mr. President, Honor, the expedited permitting process for mine does not compromise environmental and social safeguards, as no mandatory requirements have been removed. Instead, the focus is on simplifying compliance to align with the Ease of Doing Business Act, or RA number 11032, and attract investments. Streamlining the process focuses on reducing bureaucratic inefficiencies such as cutting down redundant steps or overlapping approvals, while still requiring companies to meet all essential safeguards, Your Honor, Mr. President. The EWP and the CDP, during expiration, and the others, yung EPEP, SDMP, the social development, and others during utilization, were all still required. They will make sure that all of these requirements and safeguards will be carefully met. The care and maintenance program is required during force majeure situations, Your Honor, Mr. President.
So, ini-ensure po ng good sponsor na kahit isi-streamline at dahil doon malamang bibilisan yung application process, pareho pa rin ang requirements at safeguards tulad ng dati, good sponsor.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, the MGB and the DNR are assuring that the requirements will still be the same. They will adhere to the strict programs, and wala pong masasakripisyo dito. Even if we're trying to streamline and adhere to the ease of doing business, we have to make sure, of course, especially with environmental laws, that we have to be strict about it, that most of the mining operators that will come in will have to be strictly monitored and adhere to the safeguards that is set by the MGB and the DNR.
Salamat, good sponsor. Now, in light of the recently enacted Philippine Ecosystem and Natural Accounting System o PENCAS Act of May 2024, paano ini-integrate ng mga mining companies yung mga ecosystem and natural capital accounting sa mga operations nila? Specifically, paano ine-enhance ng PENCAS law yung transparency and accountability sa mining sector? Paano nito pinopromote yung restorative actions? At paano din ito ini-influence yung environmental compliance certificate regulations na ine-enforce ng DENR? At dagdag po doon, good sponsor, ano yung mga implikasyon nitong batas para sa pagtakda ng mga limits sa mining activities para masiguro yung sustainable and responsible resource extraction, good sponsor?
Your Honor, Mr. President, in response to the PENCAS law, mining companies will be implementing a more comprehensive environmental protection and enhancement program, or EPEP, which I mentioned earlier, a program that details the baseline resources, possible impacts of mining operations, and the corresponding measures that companies will implement to mitigate those impacts. And Mr. President, Your Honor, prior to the approval of the program, annual EPEP will be ensured that it is aligned with PENCAS principles to include restorative actions such as rehabilitation of mined-out areas. Companies are required to provide detailed accounting of ecosystem impacts and the cost of their environmental mitigation. This involves qualifying the value of the biodiversity, water, and land resources, as well as the costs related to pollution control and ecological restoration. And likewise, to promote transparency, mining firms will be required to report these figures annually. The DNR to the MGB during its regular monitoring activities shall ensure that all commitments of the companies on their EPEP are effectively implemented on the ground, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor. So dun sa annual reporting at saka monitoring, posible bang masuspend or makansela ang ECC kapag hindi compliant yung mining company dun sa PENCAS Act, good sponsor?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, the mining operations may be suspended and will even be canceled if found violative or not, if they're not complying with what was set by the MGB and the DNR, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Okay, salamat po, good sponsor. Ngayon, pero won't passing the new mining fiscal regime bago ma-finalize yung IRRs nung PENCAS Act, hindi ba parang parang nagbenta tayo ng kotse na hindi pa natin didi-disclose yung buong maintenance costs nito? Prospective investors will need to spend to comply with the PENCAS law. At para ding pamamasada ng jeepney, dapat alam ng driver ang mga bagong batas trapiko para handang sumunod at hindi kailangang gumawa ng palusot. By processing their mining applications now and having a law that does not yet refer to the PENCAS law, we could actually be depriving investors of full information. Or worse, perhaps we risk letting them off the hook by allowing them to claim that the IRR requirements and their compliance costs were not included in the information packets from the DENR at the time they decided to invest. So, ibig sabihin, good sponsor, hindi kaya mas maiging i-finalize na muna yung IRRs ng PENCAS Act bago natin ipasa itong panukalang ito, good sponsor.
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to MGB, they are already working on the regulations of the PENCAS. So hopefully by next year. Next year ba? Matapos? Hopefully they can come out with it by next year. However, again, we'd like to stress again that that this measure really is focusing on the fiscal regime, the revenues that we will get. So, but the other regulation regarding mining will still be in the meantime, Your Honor, Mr. President, according to the Chamber of Mines and the MGB, that no new permits were issued as of the moment. So, again, we will be focusing on the fiscal part of the mining industry, Honor, Mr. President, with this measure, Honor.
Mga kailan next year mafa-finalize yung IRRs ng PENCAS law? Good sponsor.
Yung IRR ng PENCAS. Your Honor, Mr. President, according to MGB, that they will try to come up with the IRR by second or third quarter of next year, Honor.
Okay. Second or third quarter. So, ngayon naman, a good sponsor, sabi nyo nga kanina, no new permits have been issued as of the moment. Pero syempre, maasahan natin na once maipasa na natin itong mining fiscal regime bill, magpapatuloy na ulit, magsisimula na ulit yung pag-issue ng permits kahit second or third quarter pa next year lalabas, mafa-finalize yung IRRs ng PENCAS. Kailangan ba talagang mauna natin maipasa itong bill bago ma-finalize yung IRRs ng PENCAS? Sa ganung paraan, kompleto surikados na yung pakete sa mga mining companies na mai-issuehan, pati ng bagong permits. Good sponsor.
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to DOF, no, once we are able to pass this measure, in case this gets through the to the process, they will have about about 90 days, no, to come up with the IRR, and they said that it will just be so aside from the 90 days, Your Honor, Mr. President, to come up with the IRR, there will be a transition of 150 days. So by that time, this is completed, probably the IRR PENCAS would likewise be ready already by that time. So eksakto lang po yun siguro, hoping that both IRRs will be ready at the same time, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Kung 90 days para mag-come up sa IRR nitong mining fiscal regime bill, ibig sabihin bandang Marso may IRRs na ito. And then may transition ng 150 days. So Mayo, ano ibig sabihin po ng transition? Sa Mayo, full steam ahead yung pag-implementa ng batas? Yun ba yung ibig sabihin nun, good sponsor?
Your Honor, Mr. President, because we will be introducing 2 new taxes, no? So that the BIR and the other agents, specifically BIR, will have to come up with new guidelines, new forms, and they have to train their people likewise regarding this new measure, Honor, Mr. President. So they would need about that time, 150 days, Your Honor, Mr. President, to have all of these things completed.
Okay. So kung by May at the latest, may guidelines na, may forms, nakapag-training na yung mga personnel natin, pero yung IRRs ng PENCAS lalabas posibleng June o September pa. Kaya bang i-synchronize na lang yung pag-finalize at pag-implement ng IRRs pareho ng PENCAS at nitong mining fiscal regime bill para sabay na yun na nga, kompleto yung alam na karapatan at saka obligasyon din ng mining companies, lalo na yung mga magkakaroon ng bagong permits, good sponsor.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, according to MGB, that according to law, no, Section 14, within 1 year from effectivity of the Act, it was passed May 2024, so the IRR has to be issued by May 2025. So they are very positive that this will be synchronized just in time. Paglabas po nung PENCAS, I think that will just be almost the same time that the DOF and the BRI will be completing the IRR and other things that they have to do, pati po yung transition, and among others, no, with regards to this mining fiscal regime, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Salamat sa paalalang yon at commitment na yon, good sponsor. So, hindi na po aabot ng third quarter yung IRRs ng PENCAS. By May, lalabas. Kailangan na siyang lumabas. So
Yes, Your Honor, Mr.
better,
President,
good
I think
sponsor.
the measure was passed, yung PENCAS was May 24, 2024. So they have to comply within 1 year, Honor, Mr. President, as required by law.
Okay, salamat po para doon, good sponsor. So yung susunod ko pong tanong, may I ask naman po about the scope of this bill. Tama po ba yung pagkaintindi ko na yung Senate version hindi i-cover yung small-scale mining operations as defined in RA 7076, that this will apply only to large-scale mining operations, parehong sa loob at gaya ng binanggit ng good sponsor kanina, sa labas ng mineral reservations. I asked this question, good sponsor, because the House version in Section 3B applies royalty rate to small-scale mining operation. So, bakit po hindi parehong ginagawa ng ating Senate version, good sponsor?
That time. Ba't nawala? Okay.
So, relief lang siya ng 2020 kaya dumadami.
Your Honor, Mr. President, the OF has data here that from 2010 2011, nasa 45 billion po, no, ang production value po ng small-scale mining. Sold to BSP, no? Ito po yung binibenta nilang gold to BSP. But but then DOF imposed a tax on the small scale mining from 2012 up to 2019, Your Honor, Mr. President. Halos wala hong production, wala na ho silang wala nang nagbenta, Your Honor, Mr. President, according to them, to the BSP. So most likely that all the gold that went to the black market. So when it was eased again in 2020, in 2020, Your Honor, slowly at the small scale mining production already is slowly improving, no? Dati po nasa 45 billion, tapos naging 35, tapos nawala. And then in 2020, nasa 10 billion, and then 20 billion. And then 2023, almost 30 billion, Your Honor, Mr. President. And likewise, the reason why the small-scale mining is not taxed, Your Honor, Mr. President, for them to encourage them to sell the gold to the BSP or the Bangko Sentral so that our gold reserves will improve, Your Honor, Mr. President. That's the main reason why they are given this incentive, Your Honor, so that the gold reserves will improve, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor. But of course, para lang ito sa ginto, no? Ang small-scale mining ba nagmimina din ng ibang mga mineral natin, good sponsor?
Your Honor, Mr. President, they are limited to gold, silver, and chromite. But majority of the small-scale miners is just mining gold, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Alright. Chromite. Okay. Salamat, good sponsor. So, isa itong malinaw na pagkakaiba sa Senate version sa House version. Bakit kaya sinama ng House version samantalang hindi natin isinama sa Senate version?
Your Honor, Mr. President, probably they think that it will be an extra revenue to include small-scale mining, but in the Senate version, because of the past experience, we would not want the small-scale mining to smuggle, no? Baka po kasi ma-encourage na kung nangyari po nung ilang taon that when the taxes were imposed on them, bumagsak yung kanilang production, but MGB and the Chamber of Mines feel that they were selling it to, or they were smuggling the minerals, especially gold, Your Honor, Mr. President. Hindi niya po dinideklara. So that's the reason why we would want to encourage them to sell most of their gold, no, that they will be able to mine to the BSP again to boost our gold reserves, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor. Interesante din yung issue ng smuggling na yan, pero sa ibang pag-uusap na lang o ibang interpellation na lang. So, susunod ko pong tanong, Mr. President, in 2008, together with several other legislators, I filed a case in the Supreme Court seeking to declare as unconstitutional Sections 80 and 81 of the Philippine Mining Act of 1995 and DENR Administrative Order number 2007-12. The petitioners challenged the constitutionality of sections 80 and 81 in the 1995 Mining Act, or RA 7942. Petitioners argue that these sections, which lay out the fiscal regime for mining agreements, specifically MPSAs and FTAAs, contradict the principle of equitable sharing outlined in Article 12 of the Philippine Constitution of 1987. We were concerned that the law grants the DNR too much authority to define government's share, potentially enabling it to set the additional government share, or AGS, at zero via administrative orders. We cited Dow 2007-12, Exhibit A, which revised the fiscal regime for FTAAs. This order, issued by the DNR, outlined a single formula for calculating the AGS, replacing the three formulas used in the earlier Dow 99-56. The petitioners were concerned that this formula allows the deduction of all taxes paid by a mining company from the 50% share of net mining revenue that should go to government. If those taxes equal or exceed 50% of the net mining revenue, the AGS becomes zero. Considering the petitioners' concerns in GR number 181702 and GR number 181703, paano itong proposed fiscal mining regime pinipigilan ng DENR na iset yung AGS sa zero through more administrative orders, tulad nga po ng nangyari sa Dow 2007-12? At paano itong bill natin magsisiguro ng fair share para sa gobyerno bilang may-ari naman ng mineral resources? At pwede po ba ang DENR at ang DOF sa pamamagitan ng good sponsor mag-provide ng official response na pwedeng ipresenta na lamang o basahin ng sponsor into the record ng ating deliberasyon? Good sponsor.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, in the past and up to now, Your Honor, Mr. President, the DNR is the only one that is issuing the department order with regards to identify or for additional government shares, Your Honor, Mr. President. But hopefully, with the passage of the mining fiscal, Your Honor, there will be already a tax code that will be identified. All the national revenues, all the revenues that can be derived from here will be under the tax code already, Your Honor, and it will be more difficult, Your Honor, to change, since it has to go through the legislative process, Your Honor, Mr. President. Unlike in the past that it was only a department order from the DNR.
So sa ganitong paraan po, good sponsor, isusuko na ng DNR yung kapangyarihang iyan, good sponsor.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, the DNR will already be giving up that discretion, Your Honor. No? Dati po, talaga department orders lang. At least now, it will now be defined to the fiscal regime, yung mga tax code po and all the revenues and other income generation that can be derived, at least po, will all be under the tax code, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor. Napapaisip tuloy ako at mamaya itatanong ko kay Minority Leader bilang abogado kung may implikasyon ba ito at ano kaya ang implikasyon kung meron man dun sa pending na kaso namin sa Korte Suprema, raising not exactly the same but some similar issues, good sponsor. So, at pwede po bang hingiin itong tugon ng DENR at o DOF officially para mabasa into the record ng good sponsor?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, according to DOF and DNR, they will submit all of their responses in writing, Your Honor, Mr. President, to make it official.
Maraming salamat po, good sponsor, at sa mga departments. So, good sponsor, our Senate bill proposes to reduce the number of tax regimes. So, kung maging batas itong panukala, ilang tax regimes ang matitira?
5 lang.
And by simplification, intention ba ng bill na itabi na yung pagkakaiba o pagbubukod, pagtatangi sa gitna ng MPSA at FTAA? Isa sa isang tabi na ba yung differentiate sa mining inside at yung binanggit na good sponsor kanina, mining outside mineral reservations, good sponsor?
Okay. Pero unahin natin yung na from 5. Tapos yung mining. Yung reservations dyan, yung sa mining, dyan yung sa mining outside and inside. Royalties inside. Your Honor, Mr. President, that under this bill, it proposes a more simplified mining fiscal regime, reducing the current. At current, there is 5 regimes, no, to just 2, no, with the Mineral Production Sharing Agreement or MPSA serving as the base for taxation. The fiscal regimes differ in the royalty applicable to them. First, the mining operations within the mineral reservations will incur a 5% royalty on gross revenue, while mines located outside of this reservation will be subject to profit-based royalty. So, yun po yung ano. So, from the current 5 regimes, we are reducing it to just 2, Your Honor, Mr. President.
So, dalawa na lang tax regimes matitira.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Opo.
Yung po dalawa, yung mining operations within mineral reservations and the mines located outside of these reservations.
Okay. At magkakaiba yung pagpataw ng buwis sa kanila. Doon sa mining inside mineral reservations, 5% royalty on gross revenue. Samantala sa mining outside mineral reservations, profit-based royalties.
That is correct, Your Honor, Mr. President.
So, ano yung, bukod sa yung isa ay inside at yung isa ay outside mineral reservations, bakit ganon dinisenyo yung tax regime sa mining inside and outside mineral reservations? Anong pagkakaiba sa dalawa? Good sponsor.
Tapos kapag outside the reservation, yung exploration cost incurred by the private sector.
Okay. Yung inside,
Incurred by the government, yung exploration cost.
So government needs to be reimbursed for that cost.
We need to recuperate the cost that we
yung inside, no? Yung outside.
outside, private sector po ang nag-incur ng exploration and the exploration and the risk. So, hence, profit-based yung so, equitable sharing of risk.
Your Honor, Mr. President, ang target po nito is for the inside mining reservations, the exploration is incurred by government and it has to be reimbursed, Your Honor, Mr. President. While those outside of the mining reservations, Your Honor, Mr. President, ito po ay led by the private sector, of course. So, yung risk niya, no? So all the risk will be and the cost will be incurred by them, Your Honor, Mr. President. Kaya po profit-based, Your Honor, Mr. President, because it will be sila po talaga incur ng all the risk and all the expenses, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Okay po. So kaya iba yung pag-tax sa mining inside at sa mining outside mineral reservations. Dito sa pag-reduce sa dalawang tax regimes na lang, mananatili pa ba na iba ang MPSA sa FTAA or pareho nang ititreat sa pagta-tax, good sponsor?
Your Honor, Mr. President, when it comes to taxation, they will be treated as the same, Your Honor, Mr. President.
So paano na po yung magiging tax regime sa MPSA at FTAA? Pareho, good sponsor.
All the national taxes, corporate income tax, mga VAT, excise tax, royalty, and then windfall profit tax. So all the national taxes.
Both.
So
They will be subject. They will be subject. Both, no? Your Honor, Mr. President, according to DOF, both the MPSA and the FTAA will be subject to all the national tax, Your Honor, Mr. President, the VAT, excise tax, corporate income tax, royalty, and the windfall profit tax, Your Honor, Mr. President. So both of them will be subject to all of these taxes, Your Honor.
So both of them will be subject to all of these national taxes, good sponsor. Kahit ang MPSA or yung Mineral Production Sharing Agreement, ang maximum na pwedeng pagmay-arian ng dayuhan ay 40%. Samantala sa Foreign Technical and Assistance Agreement o FTAA, ang kumpanya pwedeng 100% ang pagmamay-ari ng dayuhan. So mananatili yung ganyang pagkakaiba sa ownership for one, pero pareho na ang magiging pagbuwis sa kanila, good sponsor.
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to DOF, yes, they will be taxed similarly, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Alright, salamat, good sponsor. Ngayon, good sponsor, the DOF claims that we have very high tax rates. I'd like to be sure that they indeed have the analysis for making such a claim. Ano po yung pinakamataas na average effective tax rate o AETR sa, well, noon ito, no, yung dating limang magkakaibang mining fiscal regimes na piniresenta ng department nung hearing noong 19th August 2024. At ano naman po yung lowest AETR?
Your Honor, Mr. President, the average effective tax rate ranges from 50% to 65%, and the median is around 55%, no? Compared to Indonesia, which is about 40%, Your Honor, Mr. President. So mas mataas ho tayo.
At ano po yung, sorry, good sponsor.
And to add, the new fiscal regime will add 0% to 5% to the average effective tax rate, Your Honor, Mr. President.
So,
Nag-add tayo.
So yung highest AETR natin na ranging from 50 to 65%, maaring tumaas ng 55 to 70%. Samantala yung median AETR natin na 55%, pwedeng tumaas ng 60%. At ano po yung lowest AETR natin sa ngayon, good sponsor?
It's under the MPSA, Your Honor, Mr. President, outside the mineral reservation, Your Honor, Mr. President.
At magkano, anong percentage lang po yun, yung lowest AETR?
Around 50%, Your Honor. Around
50%.
50%.
50%.
Yes.
Okay po. 50%. So, pag nadagdagan na, maaring umakyat sa 55%. So, mas mataas.
Yes, that is correct, Your Honor.
Okay po. Ano pong basehan ng DOF sa AETR na ito? Tinake into account ba nila yung parang tanong ko kanina, iba't ibang mga mineral? Ginto, copper, nickel, o batay lang sa iilan or isang commodity lamang? At aling commodity ito kung sakali?
Your Honor, Mr. President, the Department of Finance have assumptions. Based on the assumptions, number one, it's 25-year operation. Second is 3 years of exploration. And then 2 years of construction and development. Then the stream of revenues and costs, assuming certain mineral prices on a certain mineral prices, and the discount rate of 10%. And then also the number 6 is they simulate the AETR for a copper, gold, and nickel mine, among others, Your Honor, Mr. President. So these are the 6 assumptions, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Okay, salamat, good sponsor. Tapos, yung computation, binase po ba siya sa representative sample ng iba't ibang klaseng large-scale mines sa Pilipinas, or iilan lang or isang mina lamang, good sponsor?
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to DOF, that they have a representative firm for copper, gold, and nickel, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Okay. So, syempre, magkakaiba. Isang representative firm sa copper, isa sa gold, isa sa nickel.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Alright, salamat po. Now, in previous hearings, in both houses of Congress, we heard different AETRs. In August 2022, one of the House sponsors was reported to have said that the AETR of mining in the Philippines was 38%, way below that of Australia that had an AETR of 51%. Mas mababa pa nga sa ating para sa Indonesia na 40%. Ano po yung totoo dito? Ano yung totoong score? Ano ba talaga ang AETR ng Pilipinas? Good sponsor.
AETR is just 1 year. Ang AETR is the whole effective tax rate average of the 2020.
Ito, 1 year.
AETR is just 1 year. Ang AETR is the whole mine.
Your Honor, Mr. President, probably what you mentioned yung is the ETR or the effective tax rate that covers only 1 year, while the AETR, on the other hand,
For the whole mine.
it's for the whole mine life, Your Honor, Mr. President. So, yun po yung pagkakaiba. The ETR is just 1 year, Your Honor.
So, ang understanding ng DOF, yung sinight ng House sponsor ay para sa 1 taon lamang. Tama ba, good sponsor? Samantalang yung atin ay mine life.
Your Honor, Mr. President, for our version, Your Honor, it will be we use the AETR, Your Honor, Mr. President. The whole mine life, Your Honor.
The whole mine life. And yun na nga po, ang hula natin ay malamang ang ginamit ng House sponsor noon ay yung 1 taon lamang. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Alright. So, pwede po bang i-provide ng good sponsor itong representasyon ng mas detalyadong impormasyon para mapag-aralan ko po?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President. Likewise, additional information that during the pre-train, no, it's only 2% excise tax, but at present it's already 4%, Your Honor, Mr. President. Sa train log for
Ngayon, 4%. Salamat, good sponsor. And well, of course, needless to say, this information is relevant to the core parameters being proposed in this bill. So ngayon, good sponsor, if this proposal were passed and signed into law, ano na yung magiging average effective tax rate for mining companies na nag-ooperate sa Pilipinas? I think nasagot nyo na kanina, good sponsor. So tataas ng mga 0 to 5%.
That is correct, Your Honor,
Opo.
Mr. President.
So magiging mas mataas kaysa sa current rate. Ngayon, with this higher AETR, magkanong dagdag na revenues ang ma-generate taon-taon mula sa proposed legislation? At pwede rin po bang makapag-provide ang good sponsor ng written references para dito? Good sponsor.
Targeting natin. Ang ano? Revenues. Akala ko sa
Additional 6.3.
Your Honor, Mr. President, you're expecting about 6 billion additional revenues with the current mining investments, Your Honor, Mr. President. So wala pa ho yung additional, no? So additional 6 billion. Ano ba yung total? 50? At present. At present, it's about 50 billion po. So hopefully with the passage of the mining fiscal regime, it will increase it by 6 billion, Your Honor.
And the good sponsor could provide written reference for this as well?
Yes, Your Honor. We'll provide. We'll ask the Chamber of Mines, the DOF,
Salamat
as
po.
well, and the FGB, Your Honor.
Thank you. So ngayon, babalikan ko yung isa sa mga unang pinag-usapan natin, good sponsor. Paano pinopromote nitong bill ang domestic processing at value-adding sa minerals? It's reported that mining gross value added has been falling in recent years, but exports are increasing. Sana hindi yung smuggling na binanggit ng good sponsor kanina. I recall a 10% export tax was proposed to be levied to encourage domestic value adding. Ano na pong nangyari sa proposal na yon at bakit wala po sa ating bill, good sponsor?
Contains yung more investments. Plan for
Ano to? May manufacturing. Will future ano, have continuous investment. Manufacturing.
Ang isa natin sir kasi problema is supply of the minerals. So, kailangan natin magpasa doon para yung magkaroon tayo ng supply na pwedeng
For the manufacturing. Your Honor, Mr. President, according to DOF, that they are already finalizing the national policy framework on critical minerals and which will encourage more manufacturing investments, Your Honor, Mr. President. We have to make sure also that there will be a supply there's enough supply of minerals for that so that the investments on the manufacturing side will be encouraged, Your Honor, Mr. President. So, yun po yung ano nila, direction, Your Honor, Mr. President, with the passage of this measure.
So itong measure magiging bahagi ng national policy framework na yon on critical minerals.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, it's part of it.
At kailan po matatapos itong policy framework na ito, good sponsor?
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to DOF, it's already for the approval of the President, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Well, that's good to know, good sponsor. So, ibig sabihin, baka bago pa matapos yung IRRs ng PENCAS law o matapos yung IRRs nitong bill pag naipasa na, kumbaga, ipapasok na siya dun sa national policy framework on critical minerals na iyon.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President. Likewise, those that are involved are the following agencies. Of course, DNR, DTI, and the Office of the Presidential Advisor for Economic Affairs, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Wala po yung DOST?
DOST. As of now, Mr. President, they are not included, Your Honor.
Alright.
So it's just the three agencies.
Okay po. Bahagi kaya nung magiging national policy framework yung 10% export tax para i-encourage yung domestic value adding kasi wala dito sa bill, good sponsor. Anong nangyari dun?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President, according to DOF, that it's in their radar. But first, there has to be more processing. No, we have to have more incentive for investments in the processing side, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Well, di naman siguro masama kung kasabay ng incentives for domestic processing, merong ganyang export tax para nga mas mag-value added in country. So just a thought, good sponsor.
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to them, that we need to have more processing investments before they can consider taxing, impose an export tax, Your Honor, Mr. President. So kailangan po magkaroon muna tayo ng more investments on the processing side before they can impose the export tax, according to DOF.
That's arguable. Pwedeng chicken and egg question. But in any case, I can leave it at that for now. In terms of recipients, good sponsor, under the proposed new mining fiscal regime, magkanong dagdag ang pupunta sa national government, local government, indigenous peoples, at iba pa, tulad ng mga communities na covered nung binanggit ng good sponsor kanina, yung Social Development Management Plan.
ITs.
So for yung NTA, 40% ang share ng national tax allocation. Tapos NTA, national tax.
Okay.
National tax allotment.
Okay.
Tapos meron din share of wealth taxes share of LGUs, which is 40%. Ito yung excise tax and royalty.
40% din. Okay. So itong NDA tsaka wealth taxes for LGUs. Your Honor, Mr. President, for the national tax allotment or NTA, the LGU will get 40% share. And for the wealth taxes, likewise, it's another 40%, Your Honor, Mr. President.
And So how much more will go to national government, IPs, and communities covered by the SDMP? Good sponsor.
Minimum. SDMP, 1.5%. For the SDMP, Your Honor, Mr. President, it's 1.5% of the operating cost. And for the IPs, Your Honor, Mr. President, the minimum is 1%, Your Honor, Mr. President. Minimum of 1%. So they can negotiate pa yun, eh. As of now, they can negotiate, Your Honor. At least ang minimum po is 1%.
Alright. Itatanong ko pa yan mamaya konti, a good sponsor. And to national government, how much more? Good sponsor.
National government daw? Yun na ba yun sa national government?
Yun na yung 6.3, pero pag computation ng NPA, yun eh, may mga deductibles na yun. But technically, 6.3 makukuha to.
6.2 billion.
Then divided by 60-40 between
National and local. 6.3 billion yung revenue natin.
additional revenue.
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to them, for the 6.3 billion that they project to raise with this passage, the national government will get 60% and the local government will get 40%, Your Honor. Mr. President. Sa NTA po papasok.
Opo, sa NTA. Bukod pa sa 40% sa wealth tax para sa LGUs.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Salamat, good sponsor. Okay. Now, a common complaint of hosting LGUs is the slow release by the national government of their share in the proceeds of mining. This has led to diverse tax ordinances at the LGU level. Paano po ito ina-address sa proposed legislation, good sponsor?
Meron tayong certain provision to expedite the release of the share of wealth taxes by LGUs.
Your Honor, Mr. President, at present, admittedly, sometimes it takes 2 to 3 years for the LGUs to get their share. Kaya nga po nangyayari, they come up with these ordinances, no? Nag-ano na rin sila, nagiging innovative. Ano tawag sa mga taxes nila? Yung mga fees and charges na iba-iba po, no? Kasi nga po sa tagal, 2 to 3 years. So, but now, with the passage of the mining fiscal regime, ang target po is about 6 months. No? Within a period of 6 months, the LG already has to get their share. And the DOF will be coming up with the guidelines to expedite the release of the share of the LGUs. So as not to encourage, so as to discourage LGUs to come up with ordinances, no, yung pong imposition of regulatory fees and other fees that they may come up with. Para po mabilis na, no, hindi na ho yung madodoble-doble pa. So the DOF has committed that they will come up with the guidelines to make sure that the LGUs will get their fair share in 6 months, Your Honor.
Salamat, good sponsor. I agree with that. Their fair share in timely fashion, at least sa loob man lamang nung either yung fiscal year, kung kailan may mining operation na may share dapat sila, or yan, within a reasonable amount of time. So 6 months, that's better than 2 to 3 years. So ito na po, good sponsor, yung mga tanong ko kaugnay ng indigenous peoples. Section 12 of Senate Bill 2826 places a cap on the percentage of royalties that indigenous peoples will receive to 2%. The House version does not have this provision. Ano po yung rationale sa paglagay ng cap? Ano po ba ang rate din ng royalties sa MPSAs, sa mga ancestral domains, kumpara sa mga FTAAs, sa mga ancestral domains, good sponsor?
They can negotiate for higher.
Minimum 1% pa rin status.
Ito yung yun. Pero we're willing to believe. Your Honor, Mr. President, The bill proposes 2% maximum royalty for indigenous peoples to streamline the process and expedite negotiations between mining companies and IP organizations. However, this provision may require further study as the current mechanism providing a minimum 1% royalty may be better, no? May be better to empower IPs to negotiate better or higher royalties that reflect the true value of their lands and resources. So we are willing to delete this provision so that it will again the IP organizations can negotiate for better royalties, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor. It's good to hear that na open na po ang good sponsor sa pag-delete ng cap na iyan, and this representation would it looks forward to working with the sponsor, especially in the period of amendments, dahil din baka hindi lamang yung alternative ay yung minimum of 1%. Baka may iba pang mga alternatiba na mas fair din. Kung kanina concerned tayo sa fair share ng LGUs, fair share din ng mga indigenous peoples na nasa ancestral domains nila ang pinaka-mineralized nating mga lupain, and inaalagaan nila yon since time immemorial, sabi nga po nila. And good sponsor, so ano po yung rate of royalties sa MPSAs kumpara sa FTAAs sa mga ancestral domains?
Same. Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President. Same royalty, Your Honor, Mr. President. 1% royalty to all mining operations, both for FTAA and the MPSA.
All right. Salamat.
Minimum,
good sponsor.
minimum 1%.
1% minimum. Now, at 2023 DOF presentation to the Chamber of Mines stated that the royalty rate that ancestral domains covered by MPSAs received was, gaya ng kasasabi ng good sponsor, 1%. And again, just to confirm po, totoo po ba ito para sa lahat ng ancestral domains or batay lang ito sa iilang ancestral domain o iisang ancestral domain lamang? At pwede po ba kayong magbigay ng mga halimbawa ng ancestral domains na tumanggap ng higit sa 1% at ancestral domains na tumanggap ng higit sa 2%, good sponsor?
Isa lang yung sample, 1.25. Your Honor, Mr. President, according to the MGB and the Chamber of Mines and DOF, there are some IPs that IP organization that got higher. No, one example is Kafugan, which got 1.25% of gross, Your Honor, Mr. President. So talagang pwede hong tumaas. That's why we want to retain the present setup. We're thinking of deleting this provision so that they will have a better elbow room. The IP organization will have can negotiate better, no, for a higher share of royalty, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor. Lalo na sa ganyang klaseng negosasyon, actually, pwede nating i-frame na yung IP community o organization ang nasa position of advantage. Dahil sila po yung may karapatan dun sa ancestral domain. At di tulad sa mga mineral sa buong bansa na ang gobyerno natin ang may-ari, ang mineral sa lupang ninuno nila ay kanila. At kailangan pumunta sa kanila yung mining company and not the other way around. Saan pong bahagi ng, salamat, good sponsor, saan pong bahagi ng Cordilleras ba ang Kafugan?
Your Honor, Mr. President, Kafugan is in Surigao, Your Honor. Mr.
My
President.
mistake. So sa Mindanao, Surigao. All right.
And likewise, just to note, Your Honor, Mr. President, the granting of the permit of the mining operations has to have the approval of the IP organizations. Otherwise, if the IP organization says no, wala po magagawa. They cannot be issued a permit, no, to operate the mining operations, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor. Yun na nga po yung walang kamatayang FPIC, Free Prior and Informed Consent, na alam po natin, ang dami ring problema, but at least nandun yun, no, by law. And it's a matter of implementation by the executive at oversight natin sa lehislatura. Wala pa pong ancestral domains na tumanggap ng higit sa 2%. Ano po, good sponsor?
Or other, in kind na lang. So aside from the... Your Honor, Mr. President, aside from the royalty, kasi nandun lang ho daw naglalaro, no, sa 1 and 1.25% of the gross revenue, Your Honor, Mr. President. But however, aside from the royalty, sometimes the IP organizations are requesting for infrastructure projects, scholarship, among others, and they are being granted, Your Honor, Mr. President. It depends on their negotiations, but most of the time they have this non-cash considerations, Your Honor, that is being given to the IPs, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Salamat, good sponsor. Siguro, itong sitwasyon na dinescribe ng good sponsor is a good argument na tanggalin yung cap. Kasi syempre sa negosasyon, kung merong floor na 0 at may cap na 2%, edi yung IPs magsisimula sa 0, syempre yung kumpanya tatayo sa 2, and then pagalingan na lang sila sinong mas malakas na sumipa pataas o pababa para mahanap yung kanilang negotiation
Yes,
point.
that is correct, Your Honor, Mr.
Opo,
President.
good
That's why we
sponsor.
are already contemplating on removing this provision, at least to give the fair share to our IPs, Your Honor, Mr. President. And likewise, to add, yung po sa SDMP, yung mga IPs din po ang karamihan po ang nakikinabang, aside from the community.
Opo.
From the other
Salamat,
communities.
good sponsors, sa pagbanggit dun sa SDMP. Mamaya, konti sa patapos may isang tanong ako doon. So, at salamat dun sa pag-affirm dun sa kahandaang i-delete yung provision tungkol sa 2% cap. Kasi kung open-ended sa simula yung negosasyon, tulad ng lahat ng mga tunay na negosasyon, halimbawa sa pagitan ng dalawang kumpanya, then yun na nga, mas may fighting chance both parties makakuha ng totoong, hindi lang sinasabing, pero totoong win-win solution. Kapag gano'n ang makuha pati kasi ng IP community o organization, sila na ang pwedeng magpondo ng infra nila, ng scholarships nila na hindi nila kailangang hingiin lamang lahat ng iyon sa kumpanya or kahit sa SDMP. So, good sponsor, ito naman po, paano yung current at proposed royalties para sa IP communities ay nagkukumpara sa mga major mining countries na may katulad na IP laws, halimbawa, tulad sa atin, halimbawa Australia at saka Canada, good sponsor.
Paano sa 2%? Your Honor, Mr. President, this is according to the Bureau of Mines. In Australia and Canada, IPs own both land and subsurface minerals, allowing them to negotiate on higher royalties. While in the Philippines, the Regalian Doctrine limit IPs' control over the subsurface resources, allowing the government to impose a cap on the royalties. So I think that's the big difference, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Naku, maraming salamat, good sponsor, para sa impormasyong iyan. I think it's that kind of candor na natutulungan. Hindi lang tayo na nag-i-interpellatan, pero yung mga stakeholders natin, halimbawa indigenous peoples, at least makita kung ano na yung nakamit ng mga katulad nilang indigenous peoples sa ibang mga bansa para yung kanila ring legislative agenda ma-enrich. So, subsurface resources lamang ang may karapatan by law sa ngayon ang mga katutubong Filipino dito. So, I think wake-up call sa NCIP na pabilisin at pagandahin yung proseso nila ng tungkol sa CAD-CIS at CAD-TIS para pati sa lupa. Tulad ng sino mang mga Pilipino, may karapatan din ang katutubong Pilipino. Kasi Pilipino din sila. hindi lamang sa subsurface resources tulad ng mga mineral, pero sa lupang ninuno nila. Good sponsor. So, huling tanong ko tungkol sa IPs, bago yung huling tanong ko sa interpellation na ito, given that IPs already receive royalties, although parang nabanggit na rin ito ng good sponsor kanina, makatatanggap pa rin ba ang mga IP communities sa mga benepisyo sa ilalim ng Social Development and Management Program? The end of Section 12 of our bill lists items that can be financed by the royalty payments. These overlap with those in the SDMP. Good sponsor.
Your Honor, Mr. President, aside from the SDMP, on top pa ho yung royalty, no? So ano yan? Maghiwalay po, no? So they will definitely receive their share in the royalty, but they can also still receive something from the SDMP, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Okay. Salamat, good sponsor. So baka paglilinis na lang dun sa overlaps na nakikita pa
Kasi
sa
po yung,
Section 12.
of course, yung royalty is cash, Your Honor.
Yes.
And the SDMP is in projects, Your Honor. Either infra, health, schools, or anything under the venue, Your Honor, of the SDMP.
Alright, salamat po, good sponsor. So huling tanong ko, ngayong araw, pwede po ba bigyan ng good sponsor ang ating chamber ng ideya paano yung transparency and accountability provision sa Section 15 ng itong Senate Bill 2826 ay gagana. It mentions exemption from the application of confidentiality clauses in sections of the National Internal Revenue Code and the Revised Corporation Code. Pero ito lang po ba, transparency and accountability wise? As mentioned by the good Senator Raffy Tulfo during the budget interpellation of DENR last November 19th, the DENR has a disclosure policy, but it exempts disclosure of information of proposed mining projects under exploration. Our country has also withdrawn from the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, EITI, and there is no freedom of information law as yet. So paano po ba natin gagawin ito, good sponsor, itong transparency and accountability sa ating bill?
Your Honor, Mr. President, according to DOF, all the GIES or the General Information Sheet will be available to the public, Your Honor, Mr. President. In the Philippines joined the EITI in 2022. Ito po yung Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative or EITI. And since that time has submitted its country report and been validated by the EITI International Secretariat and found to be compliant with the latest EITI standard, Your Honor. Also, transparency and accountability in the sector is not limited to the EITI and may be further enhanced by other good governance standards and mechanisms that the bill also proposes to institutionalize, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat, good sponsor. So,
and likewise, to add, dagdagan ko na rin po, the exemptions from the confidentiality clauses in both the NIRC Tax Code and the Revised Corporation Code are intended to allow the government and the public through the transparency mechanism of EITI to have access to a broad range of information that would otherwise be classified or restricted. The examples of information would be data from the income tax returns, or the ITR, and the data from the General Information Sheet, which I mentioned earlier, of companies, as well as other reportorial requirements regularly submitted to the Securities and Exchange Commission, Your Honor, Mr. President.
salamat, good sponsor. At yung information ng proposed mining projects under exploration, magiging accessible na rin po ba ito sa mga magtatanong, good sponsor?
Your Honor, Mr. President, yes, according to MGB, they regularly report all of those to the EITI, Your Honor, Mr. President.
So they report it to the EITI. So ang isang Pilipino ba pwedeng hingin ito diretso mula sa DNR or kailangang dadaan tayo sa EITI? Good sponsor.
So, kailangan diretso sa dumaan muna din. Ako ang dumaan before EITI. Your Honor, Mr. President, according to MGB, yes, it has to pass through the DNR before reported to the ITI. And likewise, according to the DOF, that we plan to institutionalize already the EITI reporting, Your Honor, Mr. President.
I appreciate that, good sponsor, tungkol sa EITI. Pero, bawa, isang indigenous peoples organization gustong malaman yung impormasyon tungkol sa proposed mining project na under exploration pa lang sa ancestral domain nila. Pwede po ba nilang hingiin ito sa DNR at ibibigay po ba ng DNR sa kanila? Good sponsor.
Ano lang pwede din? Kasi dapat ready siya. Kasi sila gumagana. So, ang pwede lang ako yung status na application ng IPC. Your Honor, Mr. President, what the information that can be derived is the status of the application, Your Honor, Mr. President, according to MGB.
Only the status of application.
Available?
Good sponsor.
Pero kung FOI, di dapat lang available, di ba? Pag FOI. So, hindi siya kasama, sir. So, dahil nasa sa mga company. Pero yung mga activities, sir, yan pwedeng regularly updated. Yan pwedeng i-disclose sa activities and ano pa. Kung lang yung results ng reserve, resource. Your Honor, Mr. President, according to MGB, what can be disclosed are the activities, Your Honor, Mr. President. No? But there are certain info like the reserves. Ano bang hindi pwede? Reserves? Yung during the third paragraph. If I may read, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Yes, good sponsor.
Ito po, yung any information, ito po yung naglilimit kasi, any information which may put business operations at risk in other application data and connection application for various pollution permits pursuant to Republic Act 6969 or the Toxic Substances and Hazardous and Nuclear Waste Control Act of 1990. Ano ba dito?
Salamat, good sponsor. Medyo broad talaga yung any information that may put business operations at risk.
Ito pa, dagdagan ko lang, Your Honor, Mr. President. Pasensya, mali ito. During the lifetime or existence of a mining permit, results of metallurgical analysis, the fire assay, chemical analysis, results of test documents submitted by the mining clients in support of their mining applications, feasibility study of mining companies drilling report, mineral resource report, final exploration report declaring a mineral resources inventory, and geologic reports, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Lahat po ito covered ng hindi pwedeng i-disclose.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President. According to MGB, this is cannot be disclosed, Your Honor.
I understand. Medyo malawak po at medyo mahalaga. Oo, yung mga saklaw pala nito. And kung hindi diretso sa DNR, pero sinusumite ito ng DNR sa EITI. Tama po ba?
Tama. Nasa bigla. Tama ba yan? Hindi kasama. Yung ano lang po, commitment. Financial commitment and expenditures. Your Honor, Mr. President, what the MGB, according to MGB, what is being forwarded to EIT are the commitment and expenditures, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Hindi rin po itong mga impormasyong ito, good sponsor.
No, Your Honor, you're correct. Hindi po kasama ito.
Excuse me.
Your Honor, Mr. President,
yes,
ang
good
rationale
sponsor.
po, sabi ko bakit hindi pwedeng i-disclose. So, the problem is, it might be used by other entities, no? So, yun po yung rason pala kaya, so, parang business trade-offs ng company, Your Honor, Mr. President, baka raw magamit ng iba. That's the reason why it cannot be disclosed, Your Honor.
I see. Medyo naintindihan ko, so baka yung mga potential competitors nila. Pero syempre, ang hirap din na yung komunidad mismo, di nila ma-access yung importanteng impormasyong iyon. So, okay. And lastly, about this particular question, magsusubmit po ba sila ng impormasyon tungkol sa mga mines under exploration and not just already operational?
Magsabit ba kayo ng under exploration pala?
To EITI?
Yung exploration pa lang daw, pwedeng isabit. CDP, ang nga po. Your Honor, Mr. President, to the CDP or the Community Development Program, yung exploration lang. Ano pwede? It can be disclosed, Your Honor, Mr. President. So in the exploration
Ano
phase.
pong pangalan ng office? CD?
Program. The program, Your Honor, Mr. President, is called the CDP. It's a Community Development Program.
CDP. Sila po yung magsasubmit sa EITI
Ano ba?
pag under exploration.
The mining companies. Yung mga exploration pala. You have to submit the... Your Honor, Mr. President, according to MGB, the mining companies, ito pong nasa exploration phase, has to submit how they spent. Tama? Yung ano mo sinabi na? Man?
Community development program. So, nag-update tayo. Nag-update mga companies na expense nila sa mga communities.
Your Honor, Mr. President, the companies update the communities, no, on the CDP or the Community Development Programs, Your Honor, Mr. President. Ito po yung mga nasa exploration pa lang. Ito po yung mga nasa exploration phase pa lang, Your Honor.
Alright. Well, I appreciate that, good sponsor, pero minsan or madalas kaya yung mga komunidad, may marami pa silang gustong malaman bukod sa ina-update na ng kumpanya sa kanila.
Yes. Pag exploration po, ito po yung CDP. It's the equivalent of the STMP on the operating mining firms already, Your Honor, Mr. President. So pag exploration stage, CDP, Your Honor.
Muna. Alright, salamat, good sponsor. Well, I'll leave it at that for now, pero para sa akin problematic talaga. Kasi a rough parallel might be, papasok sa West Philippine Sea ang isang Chinong research vessel, magre-research dito sa atin, then pag dinemand or hiningi natin yung research, hindi nila ibibigay sa atin. In the same way, ang katutubong Filipino sa lupang ninuno nila, kanila yun eh. And then may papasok na isa pang entity na gustong magnegosyo doon, pero yung impormasyon na nakuha tungkol sa sarili nilang lupang ninuno ay hindi pwedeng ibigay sa kanila. But I look forward to the period of amendments on this and maybe some other questions, good sponsor.
Yes,
So,
I'd like to thank the
yes.
lady. No, of course, any intervention from you will consider if it will really improve. Of course, our target here is really to maximize the profit or the revenues that we can really derive from the mining operations. After all, sabi ko nga, sometimes malaki na po ang epekto nito sa ating pong environment, the distraction. So it's just proper that we will get the maximum revenue that we can, especially for the IPs as well. So any amendment from the lady will definitely be well taken and be considered, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat, good sponsor, lalo na dun sa pantay na pagpapahalaga na sinasabi nyo sa revenues para sa mga katutubong Pilipino at saka yung ating kalikasan. I think that would concretely signal a shift sa kung paano natin tinitignan na kung paano dapat i-develop yung mining industry dito sa Pilipinas. So muli maraming salamat po, good sponsor, at salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you also to our Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you, Senator Tiveros and Senator Ejercito. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2826.
Any objection? There being none, motion's approved.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2865. This is the bill on the Capital Markets Efficiency Promotion Act. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of Senate Bill 2865 is now in order.
The parliamentary status of this bill is that we are in the period of the individual amendments without prejudice to the members asking questions on the measure. With that, I move to resume the period of individual amendments using the approved amendment by substitution on December 11, 2025 as our working draft and recognize the sponsor, Senator Win Gatchalian and Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Motion's approved. But Senator Coco Pimentel isn't around yet. Session suspended for a minute.
The sponsor, Senator Gatchalian, and our Minority Leader are recognized.
So thank you, Mr. President. We will interpolate on the new bill,
Yes,
the
yes, Mr.
substitute
President.
bill, Mr. President.
Yes,
So,
the substitute bill.
we are amending quite a few sections of our National Internal Revenue Code.
Correct, Mr. President.
But since we have grouped them into one bill, that means they must be of related subject matter, Mr. President. May we know what is the common denominator among the sections that are being amended in this bill?
Well, Mr. President, there are three major concepts that we are amending. Number one is on capital markets, stocks, meaning stocks and bonds. And then number two is on passive income, particularly long-term deposits. And then number three is the removal of exemption of pickup trucks, Mr. President. So these are the three main concepts included in this proposal, Mr. President.
What about pickup trucks, Mr. President?
The excise tax on pickup trucks, Mr. President, we're removing the exemption for pickup trucks, Mr. President.
Yes, I still remember, I think, the discussion there. I think that is because our assumption is that the pickup trucks are used by those related in agriculture, in farming. So that's why we made it cheaper for them to acquire pickup trucks rather than luxury vehicles. So why are we changing our minds, Mr. President?
I remember that, Mr. President, and just looking at, just observing, Mr. President, especially here in Metro Manila, a lot of the pickup trucks are not being used for agriculture. Instead, they're being, because of the exemption, a lot of our constituents buy pickup trucks, they put hoods at the back and convert them into ordinary vehicles that they use for ordinary activities here in the city, Mr. President. So just to look around here in the city, we have a lot of pickup trucks that are not being used for agriculture. But just to give you an idea, Mr. President,
Ano niya, binababa nila tax, binababa, generally speaking, binababa.
Well, Mr. President, the flash on the slide, Mr. President, are the uses of pickup trucks. And this data came from Campi, Mr. President. A good 31% of the pickup trucks are used what they call moving oneself for work without loading goods. And then 19% for transporting people. And then 20% transporting loads of cargo. This is for 4x2 pickup trucks, Mr. President. And only 20% is special use, Mr. President. And some of the special uses will be related to farming activities, Mr. President. And 10% other uses other than farming, Mr. President. So in other words, Mr. President, based on the data that Campi sent us, for 4x2 pickup trucks, only 20% is used for agricultural-related activities, Mr. President.
So who misled us during the first round, Mr. President? Somebody therefore misled us during the first round.
Well, Mr. President, I was there also when this was being introduced, and I think it was when this was introduced to us, I think the impression was pickup trucks is being used for agricultural activities, Mr. President, because of its design. But in reality, Mr. President, only 20% is being used for agricultural activities, Mr. President. So I don't think it's
Why are we not giving
being
it
misled, Mr. President.
Why are we not giving it a chance to be used for agricultural purposes, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, it's been almost 6 years, Mr. President, since that exemption was given, and after 6 years, this is the trend on the screen of how pickup trucks are being used, Mr. President.
Can we summarize the trend, Mr. President? Nag-pick up ba ang sales of pickup trucks because of the Section 149?
Yes,
We amended
Mr. President,
Section
I'm just getting the data on
Hindi,
the...
ito pa. How do we read this?
Mr. President, if you look at the left side, this is 4x2 pickup trucks.
Yes.
And if you look at the dark blue is the...
Purpose lang po ito.
Yes, purpose, kung saan ginagamit, Mr. President.
Para makita natin yung effect nga ng tax on behavior of the market or consumer behavior. What happened when we included pickup trucks in Section 149 of the code? What happened? Nag-pick up ba ang sales ng pickup trucks?
Mr. President, based on the data, it picked up, but I'm getting the exact data, Mr. President. But to date, if you look at the sales of and uses of the pickup trucks, only 20% is being used for agricultural purposes, Mr. President. The 80% it's not being used for agricultural purposes, Mr. President. So I'll get the exact sales generated by the exemption, Mr. President.
Ang purpose kasi noon when we included the pickup trucks together with electric vehicles to be exempt from excise tax, di ba?
Yes.
On automobiles.
Correct.
To the tune of magkano yun? Magkano ba yung nawala sa presyo niya?
4 to 50% net of 44% to 50% net manufacturer's price or importer selling price, Mr. President, depending on the model, no? Mr. President.
Ganun kalaki ganun ka-wide yung range? 4 to 50%?
Ito, no?
Laki.
Diba? Anong depending on what? On the model? Yes, Mr.
Okay.
President. And the price, Mr. President, kasi it's tiered eh. It's tiered siya, depending on the price.
Sinadya natin yun eh. So, okay, gawing mas mura, relatively speaking, to the other vehicles
Correct,
available in the market, sacrifice ang gobyerno, lessen the tax or exempt it from tax. Hoping that the market, the consumers will now go to that particular item and buy it. Di
And
ba?
hoping, Mr. President, that when they buy the item, they will use it for agriculture.
Correct.
That's why we gave it a special exemption because of its use for agricultural purposes, Mr. President. But as we all know, Mr. President, it didn't happen that way. Only 20%.
How sure are we with the data, Mr. President?
That came from CAMPI, Mr. President, the association.
How
of-
scientific is CAMPI in getting their data?
Mr. President, the way when they sell their automobiles, Mr. President, they also ask their buyers if they will use this for agriculture or you will use this for other purposes, Mr. President. So it came from the manufacturer themselves, Mr. President, because of the hearing. We requested them to submit to us the data.
Okay, so if let us say we did not fully appreciate the possibility that pickups would be purchased and yet not be used for agricultural purposes, what type of vehicle are we sure is going to be used for agricultural purposes? Ipalit natin yun sa pickup, Mr. President.
Mr. President, the single cab chassis vehicles, mayroon ba tayong picture niyan? Are still exempted, Mr. President, because these are vehicles being used by MSMEs as well as the agricultural sector. Ito yung parang, they call it FB two-door. We'll flash it on the screen, Mr. President.
And what section in the NIRC exempts them, Mr. President?
Anong section?
Exempts these vehicles.
Anong section? Section
Same,
Same, Mr. President,
section.
149, Mr. President.
And
Section 149.
since it's not on found in the bill, so is it 149 subparagraph what?
Subparagraph E, Mr. President.
8?
E.
E. Yes, E, okay. There is also I think an amendment, page 29, line 10. Line 10, ito po, there is a deletion of a proviso, provided that pickups shall not be considered as trucks. What would be the relevance of this or the implication of this amendment, Mr. President?
Mr. President, this on the slide is considered
okay.
single cab, Mr. President. So this type of trucks will still be exempted, Mr. President. Anong page yun?
So we consider this the vehicles the pictures of the vehicles. No, we consider the vehicles in those pictures as trucks. Tama po?
Yes, Mr. President. Single cab.
Yeah, single cab, but they are trucks. And then since they are trucks, they enjoy the same
exemption
as the pickups.
Correct, Mr.
Okay,
President.
so
Which we are maintaining.
we will maintain this, and now we will differentiate the pickups, and they are no longer trucks.
Correct,
to be
Mr.
considered
President.
as trucks.
Anong page yan?
Magkano po ba pinag-usapan natin dito, Mr. President?
For pickup trucks, Mr. President,
Pag-alis nitong exemption nila, how
will-
much ang
we will generate 37 billion, Mr. President, in 5 years. So it's a substantial amount, Mr. President, that we'll be generating. Ito.
I have noticed, Mr. President, that the pickups, ibang topic na po to, I'll digress a little. Ano? The pickups enjoy the same exemptions as electric vehicles, from exemptions from excise tax on automobiles.
Yes, Mr. President. Yes.
Nag-pick up din ba ang sales of electric vehicles?
Yes, Mr. President. I'll show the data earlier, but Mr. President, this representation is the author of the EV law, Mr. President, and I've been attending a lot of the EV conferences and exhibits, and definitely, Mr. President, EV sales have picked up in the Philippines. Maybe not as much as traditional ICE vehicles, but the evidence there, Mr. President, a few weeks ago, Tesla opened their showroom here, Mr. President. So that's evidence that consumers are now interested in purchasing Tesla. BYD also opened their doors, I think 6 months ago here in the Philippines, Mr. President. So it's attracting buyers.
In the same provision, hybrid vehicles are subjected to only 50% of the applicable excise tax on automobiles. So nag-pick up din ba ang sales ng hybrid vehicles? Hybrid. Si electric vehicle 100% exempted, si hybrid 50%. So
Mr. President.
nag-pick up din ba given that favorable tax?
Well, Mr. President, hybrid, well, people, if you have 50% for hybrid, the trend that I'm seeing is people would go for full EV, Mr. President, because you get full realization of the savings, Mr. President. In a typical car, you save about 20 to 30,000 a month on gasoline if you use EV, Mr. President. So a hybrid will only save you probably half of that, Mr. President. So the trend that I'm seeing and talking to consumers, Mr. President, they would rather buy a full EV because of the savings plus 100% exemption on excise, Mr. President. And also tariffs, Mr. President. Our President also removed tariffs for EVs and hybrids, Mr. President.
Zero?
Zero, Mr. President, for both. Yeah.
Okay, good. Very good. So, well, this matter of removing pickups from the list of exempted vehicles exempted from the excise tax on automobiles is a matter of policy, Mr. President. So it's either we agree with it or we don't agree with it, Mr. President. So walang right or wrong answer diyan. Walang right or wrong
Well,
answer.
Mr. President, because like you mentioned earlier, the original intention is to help the agriculture sector. And I remember that clearly, Mr. President, because it was a big debate here. And but after 6 years, pickups were not entirely used in the agri sector, Mr. President. Only 20% is being used in the agri sector. So 80% is being used here in the city or in other non-agri purposes, Mr. President. So in other words, the rationale was not met.
But in terms of design, as an automobile, is the pickup the most logical vehicle for agricultural use among other automobiles?
Well, Mr. President, depends on I guess depends on what use because pickups have very small compartments at the back, Mr. President, as opposed to, let's say, a single cab truck, Mr. President, where they can put bigger compartments at the back, Mr. President. So I think single cab trucks are more efficient in that sense because you can put more, Mr. President, you can put more items at the compartments, you can load more tools, Mr. President, as compared to pickups. So this is a much more practical utility vehicle compared to pickups when it comes to businesses and the agricultural sector.
But a pickup is a utility vehicle.
Yes, Mr. President, it's a utility vehicle, but you can also use it for off-road or adventure, Mr. President. I think Senator Bato, who likes adventure, going around the countryside, would agree that pickups are widely used for adventure and camping, Mr. President. Not entirely for agri.
Can I request for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended.
Mr. President, as stated by our sponsor, there are three main ideas in this measure. One touches on the capital markets, and may we know what are the reform ideas or new ideas in this bill touching on the capital markets, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President. The main reform, Mr. President, that we are introducing, hold on, Mr. President, let me just get my on page yun. STP.
Kayo.
The main reform, Mr. President, is the reduction of the stock transaction tax from 0.6% to 0.1%. This is to make our country in line and competitive with our Asian neighbors, Mr. President. And then that is the main, one of the most important reforms in the capital markets, Mr. President.
May we get the rates again, Mr. President?
From
the
0.6 currently
0.6.
to 0.1, Mr. President.
So currently, stock transactions are taxed at 0.6% currently.
Yes, Mr. President.
Are these the transactions in the list in the
Local stock exchange.
local stock exchange? Okay.
Yes, Mr. President.
Well, how about the transfer of tax of stocks outside of the stock exchange?
Yes, Mr. President. We also, that's a very good question. We also clarified that domestic shares listed and traded through a foreign stock exchange will also be imposed 0.1%, Mr. President. So if you're a domestic corporation, but your shares are being traded in Singapore, you will now be imposed 0.1%, Mr. President. And just to show the good minority on the screen, these are the current stock transaction taxes of the different countries here in ASEAN, Mr. President. So if you can see, in Singapore, Thailand, Malaysia, it's 0. Indonesia, it's 0.1. Vietnam is 0.1. Currently, we have the highest stock transaction tax in the in the ASEAN region, Mr. President. So meaning every transaction is imposed 0.6%, Mr. President.
But how about the sale of stocks in companies which are not listed on the stock exchange?
They will be imposed the normal capital gains tax, Mr. President.
6%.
6%, no?
Tama ba?
15% on net. Yeah, 15% on net, Mr. President. Capital gains.
So iba palang rule dyan. Ha? It's not an assumed capital gain. Kasi ang alam ko sa capital gains tax, we assume. We assume the gains and then we impose 6%. That's a general rule. So ano ba to? There is
Yes, Mr. President.
Special rule?
Yes, special, Mr. President. On real property, it's 6%.
Correct.
Meaning land improvements, that's imposed 6%. For stocks not traded in the local stock exchange or foreign stock exchange is imposed 15%, Mr. President. CGT.
15% of the actual gain? Or is this the assumed gain? It's from the
actual gain, Mr. President.
Gain, okay. Kasi kung actual gain, you have to show acquisition cost.
Yes, Mr. President, correct.
Sige po.
Tama.
Sorry so yung Philippine company with stock sold in a stock exchange in a foreign jurisdiction will still be made to pay stock transaction tax of 0.1%,
Yes, Mr. President.
except when it will amount to a double taxation?
Well, Mr. President, we consulted with local corporations who are listed in the Singapore Stock Exchange and also other stock exchanges. And this system is being imposed in Singapore, Mr. President. But we are codifying it, Mr. President, because the imposition is not equal to all corporations listed in other stock exchange, Mr. President. But there's a mechanism to do it. It's
What's the problem now under the current system, Mr. President?
the mechanism, Mr. President, is they will be the stockbrokers in Singapore Mr. President, will be mandated to already impose 0.1% on the transactions, Mr. President. And that will be collected through a entity in Singapore, which will be remitted here to the Philippines, Mr. President.
Why
So
is
that's the
Singapore
mechanism.
doing that for us? We have a treaty or an international agreement to that effect, Mr. President?
Mr. President, based on our conversations with Emperador, which is the company that we consulted, there's already an arrangement between our local stock exchange and the Singaporean stock exchange, Mr. President. That's the information that we gathered.
And the taxed entities are not complaining. They are not looking for the legal basis to tax why they are being taxed in the sale through the Singaporean stock exchange.
Yeah. Well, Mr. President, that's why the request to these companies, one of their requests is to codify it to make it very clear. Because the logic there, Mr. President, if they are a domestic company and they're being taxed here in the local stock exchange, the same imposition should be placed in the foreign stock exchange, Mr. President. But their request is to codify that imposition, Mr. President.
Didn't they raise the matter of a possible double taxation? Because I'm assuming that the foreign stock exchanges also impose a tax, Mr. President.
Well, Mr. President, because their shares are being traded abroad, it's not being imposed. The stock transaction tax is not being imposed on them, Mr. President. But it's the same shares. It's just being traded, one in Singapore and one in the Philippines. Mr. President. Same corporation, different. The trading facilities are just different.
And we are assuming that in the foreign stock exchange, the transaction is not being taxed.
Yes, Mr. President.
But what if it's sold in a jurisdiction where there is a stock transaction tax, just like here?
Well,
So will they not complain that it's a double taxation?
Well, Mr. President, because they're a Filipino company, the way we understand it, they're a Filipino company. Therefore, the situs of tax will be here in the Philippines, will be under the Philippine jurisdiction, Mr. President.
I think the transaction is in the foreign stock exchange. So baka pag situs, baka doon ang situs. Baka
Because the corporation is here, Mr. President. It's a domestic corporation, Mr. President. It's only the shares that is being traded in outside of
but
the Philippines.
the taxable event is the sale, Mr. President. Baka naandun. So was this discussed at the committee level?
Yes, Mr. President, we consulted
is the concept of double taxation legitimate in this particular case?
Mr. President, in our conversation with Emperador, and BDO was also there. BDO is it's the entity that remits the imposition from Singapore to the Philippines. Double taxation was not an issue with them. It's just they just want to make sure that the imposition is clear and codified, Mr. President.
Sige po.
But
And
we'll supply the good minority more information on that, Mr. President, based on our consultative meeting with them.
sige po. So itong mga nagtatransact sa stock exchange, hindi natin masasabing mga may hirap ito, Mr. President. So itong pinag-usapan natin ito is ang beneficiary nito, mga may kaya. Yung may kayang mag-transact sa stock exchange.
For now, Mr. President, the desire here is to make it affordable also to the general public, Mr. President. There's an interesting story, Mr. President, that I remember when I was working in the stock exchange when we visited Hong Kong. I remember the taxi drivers were the ones monitoring the trades in Hong Kong. And when you go and buy, let's say, meron silang mga hawkers place in the market, you'll see the market vendors monitoring the stock trades, Mr. President. So it goes to show that the stock market, stock market in the Hong Kong attracted the general public to invest in their capital markets, Mr. President. Two things happened. It increased the size of their capital markets, and that size became positive for companies who want to raise capital. And number two, the investing public also has an opportunity to take advantage of the improved market conditions, Mr. President. So that's the desire here also, to make it affordable to the general public.
I think matagal na pong desire dito yan. Ang naalala ko nga, that's why whenever we grant a franchise, hindi ba merong corresponding obligation yan, yung
Public float, the public float.
franchisee to float
to
in the stock
minimum
exchange.
public
Yeah,
float.
so that yung public mag-participate. But apparently, sa dami na ng franchises na nabigay, hundreds na, parang it doesn't work. Ano naging sagabal, Mr. President?
Mr. President,
Sa public participation in the capital market of the world of stocks, Mr. President.
Well, Mr. President, the public float was really meant to improve governance in the regulated entity, Mr. President. Typically, regulated entities are mandated to go public. In the case of Meralco, who's actually here, they're in their franchise, they are mandated to float a certain percentage of their ownership so that the public can participate in governance and there will be transparency. In the case of investing in the stock market, Mr. President, so aside from stock transaction tax, you will also pay broker's fees, Mr. President. You will also pay income tax, Mr. President. So these are, and you will have to pay documentary stamps, Mr. President. So there are tax and friction costs involved in transacting, in investing in the stock market, Mr. President. So we're reducing friction costs, and we're also reducing the amount of taxes and the amount of friction costs that is imposed in a single transaction, Mr. President.
So how are we doing that, Mr. President? Binabaan lang natin itong final tax. Actually, this is a final tax, di ba?
Final tax, Mr.
Yes.
President.
So yung apps of may final tax, merong broker's fee, merong income tax mentioned by our sponsor. Although I do not know how come there's still an income tax if this is already a final tax.
Yeah.
And then number 4 is the documentary stamp tax.
Ito, may final tax.
So kung wala tayong
income siya.
kung wala tayong gagawin dun sa iba, ang magbe-benefit lang yung players na mismo, the existing players in the stock market, sila lang po ang magbe-benefit. Hindi tayo nakakadagdag ng new player from the general public. Kasi andun pa si broker's fee, andun pa si documentary stamp tax.
Well, Mr. President, first it's making ourselves competitive. I demonstrated earlier, Mr. President, that in ASEAN, we're the only one imposing 0.6% STT, Mr. President. As the others, they don't impose anything. So in other words, there's zero friction cost in terms of transaction, Mr. President. Of course, the desire here is to also eliminate this, just like in Malaysia, in Singapore, and Thailand. But admittedly, that's too drastic because of that will be a big cut in our revenues, Mr. President. So the desire eventually later on is to emulate our ASEAN peers of eliminating stock transaction tax so that we eliminate one friction cost in their transaction, Mr. President.
Pero ano pa pong reforms kailangan natin gawin para dumating tayo sa senaryo na inilarawan ng ating sponsor na kausap niya ang taxi driver ng Hong Kong at nagmo-monitor ng stock prices? Kailan kaya mangyayari yan ng taxi driver sa Pilipinas ay magmo-monitor ng stock prices sa Philippine Stock Exchange?
Well, Mr. President, of course that will take time, but taxi drivers actually can now invest through mutual funds. They can also invest through VOLs when they buy insurance, Mr. President. So indirectly, they're actually investing in those products. And those products are actually available, Mr. President, for ordinary Filipinos, especially VOLs, because VOLs are tied to life insurance, and the life insurance products are very popular to ordinary Filipinos. So in effect, Mr. President, there's already general public participating, not directly, as what we have seen in Hong Kong, but in effect, that can also help. No? So when we reduce stock transaction tax, these mutual funds and VOLs will now be, it's cheaper for them to transact, Mr. President.
Sige po, but how much is the in the reduction of this STT? How much is the ano tawag mo doon, the revenue that the government is willing to give up or forgo?
Mr. President, on stock transaction tax, it's 37.6 billion, Mr. President, for 5 years, Mr. President.
So tabla na doon sa pick-up.
Yes, Mr. President, tabla na siya.
Opo. Hindi po ba naisip yung pag-tax sa pick-up just so that pantabla sa mga gini-give up natin dito sa other concessions?
Well, Mr. President, desire is if we increase the market activity in our stock market, more companies will raise funds through the stock markets. It will increase our capital market so they don't have to go to banks because banks typically are much more expensive. So they can now go to the capital markets and raise capital there. So they have alternatives, in other words. You can go to the banks, you can go via bonds, you can go through equities. So may options sila, Mr. President. And that's what we want, no, to increase the size of our capital markets.
Sige po. How about the bonds? Ano naman po yung ating reform measure or new idea pagdating po sa bonds?
Mr. President, for bonds, debentures, certificate of stock, or certificate of indebtedness issued by any tama ba ito? Bonds, debentures, certificate of stock, or certificate of indebtedness from 0.1% to 0.75%. And then original issuance of debt instruments from 1 peso and 50 centavos for each 200. We're converting it to 0.75%, Mr. President.
And what would be the estimated foregone revenues, Mr.
It's negative 9.5 billion, Mr. President.
The negative means forgoing.
Forgoing, Mr. President.
How much po? How much?
9.5 billion, Mr. President.
In how many years?
5 years.
Okay. So, but in our measure, do we have some compensating new tax measures that we are also proposing to compensate for the revenue losses?
Yes, Mr. President, and that's where the third concept will come in, which is on passive income, Mr. President. So the passive income side, we will be gaining about 61 billion, Mr. President.
And what would be the passive income streams which will now be subject to? Are they going to be subjected to new taxes or to higher tax rates?
To higher tax rates, Mr. President.
So these passive income streams are already being taxed.
Correct, Mr. President.
So can we have an example po?
Okay, Mr. President, for long-term deposits or investment certificates, it's currently exempted if the maturity is 5 years or more. If the maturity is 4 years to less than 5 years, it's 5%. If the maturity is 3 years to less than 4 years, it's 12%. If the maturity period is less than 3%, it's 20%, Mr. President. So we will now have 20% for all types of maturities, from 0 all the way to long term, Mr. President. Tumaas, Mr. President.
Tumaas. So
Tumaas siya,
that's
Mr.
why-
President.
So
in other words,
we're expecting collections.
correct, we're expecting collections.
Sige po.
So it's also for administration purposes, Mr.
Correct,
President,
correct,
because
oo.
it's graduated depending on the years. There's so many transactions, so it's virtually impossible for BIR to audit that. So to make it simpler, we will now impose one single rate at 20% regardless of the maturity, Mr. President.
But there must have been a reason why we were pushing the lenders to the long-term maturity.
Yes, Mr.
Doon, kasi
President.
kung binabaan mo yata yung tax doon, you are also
Correct.
trying to encourage behavior that doon kayo mag-deposit sa longer term.
Correct.
What was the philosophy before, Mr.
Well,
President?
two things, Mr. President, to encourage people to save. Hopefully, with this tax exemption, people are encouraged to save. And then number two, to improve liquidity because people are saving, Mr. President. More savings, meaning you will have money supply for investment and also relending to companies, Mr. President. But, Mr. President, the decision to invest long-term, meaning putting your money more than 5 years, the typical decision-making point is interest rates, Mr. President, not the exemption from taxes, Mr. President. So if the interest rates are high, and typically long-term, we'll show it later, typically long-term interest rates are high, people are encouraged to invest in long-term products rather than short-term products, Mr. President. So that is the rationale. It's the decision-making point is on the interest rates rather than on the tax
When we
rates.
increase the taxes, whose decision-making is being influenced? The saver or the ano ba tawag mo doon? The bank? The bank receiving the savings. So,
This one, Mr. President.
if the bank is to be affected, therefore, the bank will now be more conservative in the offering of the interest rates. Nakikitain ni saver. So, in effect, we're pushing all to short term.
Well, Mr. President, just to show you on the slide, this is a typical investment maturity from Security Bank Corporation, Mr. President. And if you look at the curve, Mr. President, the longer the maturity, the higher the interest rates. Meaning banks will offer, and this is also in relation to our government, to T-bills and our government offerings, Mr. President. So typically, to attract long-term depositors, banks will offer higher interest rates, Mr. President. That's also the same with government bonds. The longer the maturity, the higher the yield or the higher the interest rates, Mr. President. So that's also the same with banks.
No, I'm just anticipating the effect, Mr. President. Ayaw natin ng unintended consequences. So, kung pinantay natin, kung pinantay na natin si interest rate from the 1 month instrument all the way to the 7-year instrument, ano mangyayari? Pagdating po sa pantay ng interest rate, ano mangyayari ngayon? Hindi pantay na. Pantay na ang tax. Pantay na ang final tax. The final tax is imposed on the amount of the interest.
The interest, the passive income, Mr.
Yes.
President.
So, kung pantay na lahat yan, everything will be deducted by 20%.
Correct, Mr. President.
Correct, di ba?
Correct.
Oo. So, is there going to be any unintended consequence, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. President, based on my experience and based also with my conversations with corporations who typically put long-term deposits, they look at the interest rates, Mr. President. Bonus na lang yung exempted, Mr. President.
Okay, Mr. President, ganito. Can we get which one of the 3 lines would be the more realistic one to look at, Mr. President? Yung actual na nakukuha nung depositor, which one? The post-tax?
In red, no? In red, Mr.
Yes, the red
President.
one. The red one. So, kunyari, Mr. President, si 1 month na sa peso time deposit tayo, sa 1 month na, ano yung red figure doon? 2 hindi ko na po kasi mabasa eh, 2.3?
Which maturity, Mr.
Yan po, okay, yan po. Yan na lang po. Okay, hindi, yun na lang po, doon na lang sa chart po. Back to the graph. Yan, okay.
Yan.
Okay, let's look at the left, peso time deposit. Okay, si 1 month 2.30%.
Yes,
Okay.
Mr. President.
Since that is already taxed at the maximum 20%, that will not change.
Yes,
That is
Mr.
not
President.
expected to change.
Correct.
Let's now go to the 7 years. 3.27%. Preferential tax rate siya ngayon, but it will now be standardized. Therefore, mas mababa yan sa 3.27%.
No.
Definitely.
Mr. President, that's already taken into consideration the 20%, Mr. President. So that's already effective rate, Mr. President. That is already the effective
So this
rate.
is a projection?
Yes,
Okay,
Mr. President.
can we get
The red one is the effective rate, Mr. President. So we already
Okay,
factored
that's
in
a
the 20%.
projection.
Yes.
Okay. What can we get the reality? What is the reality? So how much was the drop? Okay, pagdating sa reality, kunyari ngayon.
Yes, Mr. President.
Current tax regime.
From point, for example, for the 7 years, Mr. President,
yeah,
from
yes,
4.09%, it's now at 3.27%, Mr. President. So it's still higher compared to the 2.3%.
Correct. So
Mr.
tama
President.
pa rin sa sinabi ko, si 2.30 hindi nga gumalaw.
Yes, Mr.
So
President.
yan po ang mangyayari.
Correct, Mr.
Okay,
President.
so we will see that although, siyempre, mas attractive pa rin, you are really forced to offer higher interest rates sa longer term kasi mas matagal din yung...
Correct, Mr. President.
mas matagal
Matatali pera nyo.
natatali yung pera, and of course the risk because no one can see into the future that accurately, so merong risk.
Correct, Mr.
So ganyan
President.
po yung mangyayari po. So yung the mere fact na lamang pa rin si interest rate sa longer term is just a natural, Mr. President. Pero yung spread ba ang tawag mo doon? Yung difference would now be smaller, mangyayari. Okay?
Yes, Mr. President. Yes, because of the taxes, Mr. President.
Okay, so is that conducive to widening the capital markets, Mr. President?
Well, this is basically, Mr. President, is the two objectives here. Number one is to raise revenues, Mr. President, because we can raise approximately 61 billion in 5 years, Mr. President. And then number two, Mr. President, we also found out that it's also an equity issue, Mr. President. Those obviously who have the cash, meaning the upper quintile of our society, can invest long term. Almost close to 90%, Mr. President, invest in short term, Mr. President. So it's also an equity issue. Only those who have extra cash take advantage of that 20% exemption, Mr. President.
Well,
So
okay,
yung mga short term na for yung mga nasa lower quintile, Mr. President, they don't enjoy the exemption.
Pero itong graduated taxation of the different duration of the deposits, ang tagal na po nito eh. Dekada na siguro ito ginagawa eh.
Oh, matagal na ito.
Yes, dekada na po siguro to.
1997, Mr. President, yeah.
So,
1997.
what's wrong with the system? Do not tell us that the BIR cannot implement the current regime. They have been implementing this for 20 years. So basically, we just want more revenues.
Well, that's
Ganun yun.
also the primary reason, also, Mr. President. But also for equity, Mr. President, we'll have a...
What is the equity, Mr. President?
Anong
That
slide
we,
yun?
actually, we,
Sliding equity.
what is the concept of equity? How does it apply here, Mr. President?
Anong slide yun? Mr. President, on slide 44, Mr. President, this one. On slide 44, Mr. President, this is for time deposits, meaning 5 years and above, Mr. President. So if you look at the amount of deposits, 90%, 91.9% come from the fifth quintile, Mr. President. So, meaning those who are in our upper end of our society are the ones taking advantage or enjoying the 20% exemption on long-term deposits. If you look at, Mr. President, the first and second quintile, they don't invest long-term, Mr. President. There's zero long-term deposits, Mr. President. So it's only the upper quintile who actually enjoys the 20% exemption, Mr. President. So we're just evening out not evening out, but we're addressing the equity issues, Mr. President, so that those who can afford can also pay, Mr. President.
Pero we're using the concept of amount here, no? Not period. Tama po? This particular table.
Yeah, this is the month.
It's about amount of
Yes,
of the deposit.
of the time deposits,
Yes,
Mr.
but
President.
we're talking, I think, about period. Period na yung pinag-usapan natin, long-term deposits, yung longer than 5 years.
Correct, Mr.
3 to
President.
5
This is the different quintiles for time deposits, and time deposits are maturities 5 years and above, Mr. President. So we looked at the maturities 5 years and above. Those who are investing 5 years and above, basically.
Okay, so Mr. President, so well,
And this is from Bangko Central, Mr. President.
pwede kasing ibaliktarin natin eh. So if we really want to encourage deposits and those who are availing of short-term deposits are coming from the poorer segments of society, dapat siguro lesser ang tax doon, Mr. President. Ang ginawa natin, inano lang natin, kung ano yung tax nila, ginawa nating standardized.
Yes, Mr. President.
Disregarding the time period, Mr. President. At any rate, it will now be the borrowing bank which will now compensate the investor-lender
Yes, Mr. President.
for the longer period that the savings is there through the interest rate.
Correct,
Ganun po.
Mr. President.
Okay po, I understand na po. So, and I believe, Mr. President, itong new tax rates on passive income would be more than just long-term deposits, no? Meron pang sa royalties, ano pa ba? Tama
Yes.
po ba? Wala po?
Wala po sa royalties. It's,
Meron ako nakita kasi naka-bold face dito, Mr. President.
yeah, it's
Ano page yun?
FCDUs, Mr. President.
Nakita ko.
So those are the ones that we will be amending, Mr. President. So long-term deposits and FCDUs.
FCDUs would be the foreign currency.
Foreign currency deposit units, Mr.
Ano po ang
President.
pagbabago doon, Mr. President?
From 15% to 20%, Mr. President. So we are just aligning the tax rates to the passive income tax rates, Mr. President. So pare-pareho lang sila at 20%.
So in effect, we are discouraging the people from holding foreign currencies.
Well, Mr. President, again, it's an equity issue also that we saw that mostly the upper quintile have dollars to deposits, Mr. President. Ano, 49?
Paano po
Mr.
yung
President will show also the slide 49, Mr. President. So on slide 49, Mr. President, 86% of those who have FCDU's account also come from the fifth quintile, meaning the upper echelon of our society, Mr. President. So it's also the same reasoning, Mr. President, that those who can afford are the ones taking advantage of the lower tax rates, Mr. President.
So thank you for that, Mr. President. So how about on page 14, Mr. President, line 19? Meron pong entry dito, bold-faced number, subparagraph 6, royalties. A final tax of 20% is hereby imposed on royalties earned as passive income. Isn't that?
Dito sa page 6, your royalties, 20% talaga siya.
Linipat lang, no? Yeah, this is only for styling purposes, Mr. President. So we didn't touch royalties. It's still at 20% final tax, Mr. President. So we just moved it so that it will be easier to understand.
Okay. So a styling amendment, Mr.
Styling
President.
amendment, Mr.
So,
President.
Mr. President, I believe this is too much to digest at this time, Mr. President, because iba-iba talagang topic nito from pickup trucks to stocks, to deposits, Mr. President. So if you can be given just a little bit, a little more time, Mr. President,
Yes.
to go over the substitute bill.
Thank you,
for
Mr. President.
for our final round of interpellation, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to the
So with that,
minority
if I
leader.
could suspend my interpellation, thank you to our sponsor.
Thank you.
Mr. President,
Majority Leader,
I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2865.
is there objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Motion to suspend.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 7406 under Committee Report number 347. This is the bill on the revised charter of the City of Baguio. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion of the majority leader is carried.
Mr. President, there's currently no member who wishes to interpolate. I move to close the period of interpellation.
Is there any objection? The motion to close the period of interpellations and debates hereby carried. Majority Leader.
Move to suspend session.
Session is suspended for a minute. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to open the period of amendments.
Before I enact on the motion, may we just acknowledge our guest from the gallery, our good friend, the distinguished gentleman from the city of Baguio, our co-commissioner in the EDCOM 2 Commission, Congressman Mark Go. We acknowledge and recognize your presence, sir. Is there any objection to the motion of the majority leader to open the period of amendments? Hearing none, the motion is approved. We recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, Senator J.V. Ejercito, for his amendments.
Yes, Mr. President, upon further discussion with the committee, we will no longer pursue the amendments indicated in the committee reports. In its place, we will introduce individual amendments. I so move, Mr.
Is there any objection on the motion of the distinguished sponsor of the measure? The chair hears none. The motion is carried.
Yes, Mr. President, on page 2, lines 21 to 49, delete the entire section 2 of the House bill.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
On page 3, delete lines 15 to 21 and replace it with the following paragraph. The Special Committee on Lands shall be composed of the City Mayor as chairperson, the representative from the DNR as vice chairperson, and the following as members: the City Vice Mayor, the chairperson of the City Committee on Urban Planning, Lands, and Housing, the representative from NCIP, the representative from the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development, or DSHSUD, and the representative from the John Hay Management Corporation insofar as lands within the Camp John Hay Reservation are concerned.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is carried.
And still on page 3, Mr. President, delete the entire section 4 and replace it with the new section 4, which shall read as follows. Section 4. Section 55 of Republic Act number 11689 or the revised charter of the City of Baguio is hereby repealed.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, motion is carried.
Next is renumber the sections accordingly, and finally to change the title of the bill to read as follows. An act amending sections 23 and 52 and repealing section 55 of Republic Act number 11689, otherwise known as the revised charter of the City of Baguio.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion of the distinguished sponsor of the measure is hereby carried.
That's all for my individual amendments, Your Honor. Mr.
Thank you, Senator J.V. Ejercito, Majority Leader.
Okay. Yes, Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 7406.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion of the Majority Leader to suspend the deliberation of House Bill number 7406 under Committee Report number 347 is carried. Majority Leader?
Yes, I move for a minute suspension.
Session is suspended for a minute. Majority Leader?
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2863 under Committee Report number 334. This is the bill on the Foreign Affairs Pension Differential Act. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion's carried.
Having sponsored the measure, I move to open the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Mark Villar, and to interpret our Minority Leader, Senator Aquilino Cocomitel.
Hearing no objection, the period of interpellations and debate is in order. We recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, Senator Mark Villar, and to interpellate our Minority Leader, the hardest Minority Leader I've seen so far, Senator Coco Pimentel. You're both recognized, sirs.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm assuming that the sponsor will not deliver an opening statement? So if
No, not necessary.
So
I'm
with this
open to any
permission-
questions, yes.
With this permission, if we can commence with our interpellation. Actually, Mr. President, given the subject matter of the bill, it's really to, as I understand it, it's really to adjust the pension being received by our DFA retirees so that it will at least be sufficient for their living expenses, Mr. President, or so that this will be indexed to the current salaries of the incumbent DFA personnel. Mr.
Yes, Mr. President. This bill is to provide both present and future retirees of the Foreign Service support that is adequate and responsive to their needs, and to reassure them that their contributions to the country are recognized. This is part of one, this is allowed for by law, and at the same time, it's also, given the unique nature of the work of our Foreign Service employees, retired employees, I think it's fitting that we have this kind of bill so as to allow them to reap the benefits and also to live a life that is commensurate to the work they've done for government.
So if this bill is passed into law, how many, who would be the immediate beneficiaries, Mr. President? The current retirees from the DFA? Yun po ba yan?
Yes, basically, those covered are the retired Foreign Service officers and employees of the DFA who are receiving a monthly pension from the GSIS, and those who opted to retire under Republic Act number 1616.
What is 1616, Mr. President?
Take all retirement mode.
Para sa kanila yun.
Yeah.
That's, is 1616 specifically for
Under
the DFA?
GSIS, yes.
GSIS? Okay.
Yes.
So how many, Mr. President, would be immediately benefited if this bill becomes law? How many? Ano yung
562 will benefit.
500?
562. As of August 30, 2024, 562 DFI retirees will be covered by this law.
And the benefit would be in what form, Mr. President?
The benefit will be in the form of an augmentation of what they're currently receiving from the government. So there'll be a computation, and this is patterned after the formula structure being employed by the GSIS. So basically, the proposed DFA pension is calculated by multiplying the current monthly salary grade by 2.5%, and then multiplying less the GSIS basic monthly pension. So that will be the pension differential, basically.
So in effect, yung mga current retirees, meron tinatanggap sa GSIS.
Yes.
Itong panukala pabaging batas, mandadagdagan pero hindi na galing sa GSIS, manggagaling sa DFA.
Yes, that is
Tama po
correct.
yun.
That is correct. Para ma-augment po, yes.
So in effect, si DFA meron din siyang i-handle or i-manage na retirement scheme for its officers and employees. Tama?
Yes, yes.
Which is to supplement or complement the GSIS retirement system.
Yes, to complement.
For
That is
for the
correct.
people.
Using
yes.
internally generated funding.
Yun po ang gusto ko malaman. Where will the funds come from?
Oh. The funding requirements for the draft bill is proposed to be sourced from the applicable fees collected under Executive Order 906, series of 2010, and not the national budget. Moreover, the national government will not be responsible for any deficit that may arise due to the insufficiency of its funding source. Thus, the DFA pension differential bill will not create any fiscal burden for national government.
And then EO 906, concerns what kind of fees, Mr. President?
It concerns yes, it concerns the the fees that are collected from expediting passport processing.
So,
And consular services. I mean, not just passport process, just the fees from expediting consular services.
consular services which are rendered worldwide. Tama po ba yun?
That is correct.
Correct. O, sige. So, I think we should have already siguro the empirical data or historical data on the amount of the annual collections pursuant to EO 906 series of 2010. Meron po tayo? And
Yes, we do have the numbers of the total collections up to, well, and they vary, but the amount that they're projecting to have to pay, of course, is also based on a realistic estimate of the collections that they are set to receive. For instance, in 2023, they collected almost 200. How much is this? In 2023, they collected 267 million. 2024, 222 million. So
I'm sure they have data na on the lowest ever collection and the highest ever collection.
yes,
So,
they have actually projected forward up to 2033. So hindi na siguro bababa masyado sa current collection. There are times that they've gone lower, there are years, but in general now, hindi na bababa sa well, if ever hindi siya magde-deviate masyado sa current collection.
So,
Kung may deviation,
yes.
it should not be that pronounced that it
and
would
the
affect.
current would be? What
The
would
current,
be the
the
figure?
last 2023 was 267,964,441.
So current, the expectation is that every year we will have, the DFA can collect around 260 million pesos pursuant to EO 906. And then, I'm sure hindi naman po yung buong amount is to be used for the pension differential.
No, yes, that is correct. Not
Hindi
the
po,
full
no?
amount is
Hindi po.
projected to be used
Kasi
for
I
that.
believe, if I recall correctly, meron mga iba pang mga authorized expenses na pwedeng i-charge doon eh. So,
1 year? Hindi naman. Yeah, so they're projecting to spend less than what the collection is. In fact, by their projections, it's maybe less than 200 million. 100, maybe perhaps estimate maybe around 160.
yeah.
So
And what
that
is the balance of the fund as of the moment, as we speak?
The balance of the fund at this moment is about 1 billion pesos.
1 billion, yes, okay. Okay, so ang last question ko na lang po is, I think, I get the impression that we delegated to the DFA the formula on how to compute what would be that pension differential. So, to lessen possible controversies or issues, Mr. President, wouldn't it be best to put in the law the formula on how to compute the pension differentials?
Yes, at this point, the decision is made not to give some flexibility so that in the future, if they need to lower it or there might be some considerations that might change in the future, we wanted to leave that flexibility to them so that they can create a formula that's more, that would be more responsive to whatever is the situation.
That's my major concern, Mr. President, kasi yun na nga, baka may maakusahan eh. May maakusahan na, ginalaw yung aming mga pension differential, etc. So, that's my only concern. But
Yes.
as far as the concept is concerned, meron pa yata tong survivorship concept.
Yes, that is correct.
So, this is to really to honor our DFA officers and employees who have dedicated the best and productive years of their lives in the service of our
Yes.
country. So we honor them, we treat them in a special way. But yun ang concern ko, we have to lessen possible controversies.
Yes,
Mr. President.
of course, I'm very open to you.
Yes.
I see your point, and I'm very open to any amendments that in the proper time that we can to further fine tune this bill. Again, I think that given the unique nature of the foreign service, where they spend most of their prime years in a foreign country, I think this kind of bill is very long time due to honor their service to us, and Yes, that's I
Tapos
really believe that.
palipat-lipat pa yan, hindi ka maka-establish
Yes.
ng
Napakahirap po ng
roots mo.
napakahirap ng trabaho nila,
Pati
napakahirap ng
yung iba
sitwasyon
kasama
nila.
yung family o hindi kasama, yung kasamang family, hindi rin maka-establish ng roots yung anak mo. So, mahirap po ang buhay ng nasa foreign service. So, we recognize that. So, we fully support the measure, Mr. President, and we thank the sponsor for bringing this to plenary. And yun lang po, I'll just repeat my one and only my major concern, yung how do we insulate the decision maker from future controversies, because I could see that the funding source is not really, number one, it's not guaranteed, it's not, we can project but we cannot really say na our projections will come true. So baka mayroong hard times na baka magkaroon po tayo ng issue dyan. So, if lang, it's a big if we can put in the law the formula, then I recommend that we do it, Mr. President. So that's all, Mr. President.
Yes,
Thank
we're
you.
open to the amendments at the proper time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, and the Senator Mark Villar. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, there being no other member who wishes to interpellate, I move to close the period of interpellation.
Before I act on the motion, may I also place on record this representation's full support to this very important piece of legislation, and with the permission of the authors, this representation would like to become co-author of the measure. Having said that, is there any objection to the motion of the Majority Leader to close the period of interpellations and debate? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2863.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion to suspend the consideration of the aforementioned bill is hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, before we adjourn, we have some admin matters. I move for the secondary referral of the earlier privilege speech of Senator Estrada, titled Laban sa Malaswang Nilalaman, Proteksyon para sa Kabataan, to the Committee on Women, Children, and Family Relations. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion of the Majority Leader is carried.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed to the Senate President's designation of the Senate conferees to the Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions of Senate Bill number 2898 and House Bill number 10755, the bills on liberalizing the lease of private lands by foreign investors. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the following members are hereby designated as Senate conferees to the Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions of Senate Bill number 2898 and House Bill number 10755. Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel as chairperson, Senator J.V. Ejercito, Senate President Francis Chis Escudero.
Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, December 17, 2024.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, December 17, 2024.
Thank you.